Yeah, that last station, try it again. We're on 7284.
Yep, I'm in between. You know where I'm at, where the yellow cattle guard is. If you've ever been up 88 on the right-hand side, if you're headed towards Kirkwood, before, what is that, Red Lake? In between kind of Red Lake and 89 on 88.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where you're at. I mean, I was just trying to guess the altitude there. So, been there many times. It's a beautiful area. And, yeah, no, I've been all through that canyon. So, very familiar with it.
Yep, the Carson River is probably 200 yards to my east.
Yeah, and yeah, beautiful area. But yeah, man, I was curious about that glacier, and you answered that. So anyways, I was just kind of amazed every time I went through there. And that thing was there even in the summer. Then I kind of realized it was just been there all year, you know, all the time.
Yep. Hey, what's Mark's call sign?
Yankee November Zulu. Roger? Okay, thanks. Boy, you're just a figment of my radio's imagination, but thanks for checking in today, and have a good day, okay?
Hello, Brad.
All righty. Anybody else for the noontime net? I think that's a wrap, Paul. I'll send it back up to you, KY7X.
BNY, KC60OS. Got you in there, Bob.
There was nothing. Now there's like a, last time I was out that way was about 10 years ago, but anyways, there's a pay road that goes through there now, a toll road, I guess you call it there, and yeah, it's kind of grown up out there now.
Roger. Where did you grow up?
In Newport Beach, lived there for many years. Hey, when I lived down there, the 55 freeway that kind of goes to the 91, then goes to Lake Elsinore. Hey, the 55 was nothing, dude. It was all orange groves. Now you don't even recognize it, you know?
Yeah, I don't recognize my hometown either. It used to be all cow pastures and chicken ranches and grape vineyards, and now it's either grape vineyards or houses.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, times have changed, that's for sure.
Yep, I grew up in the North Bay in a town called Sonoma.
In Sonoma?
Yeah, Sonoma, right there by Sears Point, Infineon Raceway. Yep, I used to go out there on Wednesday nights and do the Wednesday night drags against CHP.
Yeah, Sonoma's a cool area, man. I like that area. Hi, and I never heard of that. The drags with the CHP?
Yeah, it kept us from street racing. So they would sponsor it, and we'd go out there and race against. They had a hot car. They had a
At 530.
And we'd drag against
this Sunday.
After a while, you just don't care, or you don't even look. I'm just based on going outside real quick. I'm going to say probably low 90s. I'm not sure what it's supposed to get up to today. We did miss quite a bit of the monsoon.
At 0 to 100 was nothing, you know, and they're just so lightweight.
I was going to say, by the way, that Mark II is Euro radio. I bought it from you years ago.
You know, I was just thinking, I used to have one of those.
90 to 98, we did. And then my son was born in...
All right, so we're just getting ready to operate here. At about 23 watts drive. We'll check power into the dummy load. A little bit hot this morning. Okay, there we go. There's legal limit.
Where did you post that? On Facebook or something, but I just remember a picture of you holding your kid in the doorway at that house there.
Yeah, that was Amy. She's 14 now. Yeah, she's 14. And so it's been 14 years ago since I saw you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, I thought you were holding the son, so maybe not.
This is Kilo November 6 Tango Yankee Fox KN60YF in Oakland, California on 7199 kilohertz. KN60YF. Getting the live stream set up here. Everything looks good. Our linearity looks good. Power output, audio. All right, good to go.
For a camping trip and bring my trailer out there and bust some coyotes.
Oh yeah, and there's power for you too to hook up if you ever do that.
Yeah, the inverter has a DC charger, so the inverter will run either off of direct straight through AC or charge the battery as well.
Yeah, very cool. And but hey, that's definitely the wintertime deal. You got to get out there in the cold and early in the morning before sunrise. Oh yeah, then that's prime time.
Yeah, we do it down off of Johnson Lane. We get all bundled up and then go to Home Depot and buy a Tyvek suit. And right after the first snow, we'll go sit in the snow with our butt pads and bust coyotes. And we were out there, 4 weeks ago? Yeah, about 4 weeks ago, the beginning of August. And we were out there at night doing a night hunt with infrared scopes. My buddy's got an infrared scope on his 308. And
CQ 40 meters. This is Kilo November 6 Tango Yankee Fox. CQ KN60YF calling CQ on 40 meters 7199. Anyone around? Kilo November 6 Tango Yankee Fox.
Our brushes out here. And then a little chair, man. It unfolds and you can sit on the ground. Pretty comfy. Folds up, man. You just carry it. Anyways, a lot of fun, man. And then the certain call. There's this one call we got, man. It works the best. We've tried them all. I can't remember the name of it, but anyways, definitely the best one. I don't know why. Obviously because of the sound, but yeah, fun time.
Electric call or manual call?
No, it's electric.
Electric call. Somebody just moved in right next to us. How nice of them.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good afternoon. This is Kilo Norway 6 Tango Yankee Fox.
This is KJ6VRC. I didn't get the last three on yours.
Tango Yankee Fox TYF.
KN6TYF.
Yeah, A-firm. KJ6VRC KN6TYF. You are, I don't know, 5'9" something here in Oakland.
Oh, okay, roger that. Yeah, I'm down here South San Jose, so we're pretty close.
Yeah, very good. Are you mobile or stationary?
I'm stationary.
Okay, yeah, cool. Well, nice day here in the Bay. A little warm, but nothing like earlier in the week, so pretty thankful for that.
Yep, roger that. Yeah, I was just testing out my ALS 1306. I've been having some trouble with it on 40. They kept giving me a PA light and shutting down, and I called, it's about 2-year-old amp, and I called MFJ and then Ameritron, and the guy was on vacation, the technician engineer that knows how these things work. I had a few questions, and it ended up looking like it had a failed what do you call it? Temp sensor resistor.
Oh, failed like thermocouple. I guess that's easy enough.
Yeah, well, it was the lady that worked there. She's like, "Oh, you got a failed MOSFET. They're leaking. I says, "Yeah, it works on other bands." I says, "Just on 40 when I got to drive it a little harder." And I go, "When the temperatures go up," I says, "it fails." I says, "On all other bands," I says, "it doesn't." And it's not even really failing. I says, "The audio." Well, anyway, so I finally relapped all the MOSFETs on the heat sinks. It got better, and then I waited for the other guy to come in, and I says, "Hey, what's the specs on these?" And I did ohm them out, and I heated up the thermocouple with my soldering iron. I touched the bolt that it's on, and I had my ohm meter on it, and I watched it, and sure enough, one was erroneous, and it was allowing the FETs to get too hot before it would throttle, because it uses those sensors to throttle the FETs down.
Yeah, well, good find. I've poked at one a couple times, and I don't know. I mean, Ameritron manuals are lacking sometimes. Like, they give you a good amount of information for some things, and then other things it's just like kind of hand wavy. So at least they picked up the phone. You're able to get what you needed.
Yeah, it took a month. He was on vacation, and she kept telling me, "You just got to send it in." I'm like, "I don't want to send it in." But I did end up getting, they have a particular way of matching their MOSFETs, and so I ended up got a pair of matched. So just in case I did have a bad one, but I used my FLIR, and I was doing dead key 500, dead key 650, dead key 700, 100% duty cycle, and I was watching all the FETs. And they were all within a temp or two of each other Fahrenheit, and it didn't drop out. It didn't thermal shut off like it would before. And I had put a thermocouple from my fluke meter onto the different heat sinks and was watching the temperatures, and I noticed that one heat sink would get higher, so that's why I said it was ramping up. 4 of the FETs were getting hot enough to where eventually it would thermal shut off. Because it has 2 sensors for the fans that also is a backup. Anyways, it was in the feedback. It wasn't necessarily that I had a failed component as far as the MOSFETs. The lady kept telling me, "Oh, you got bad MOSFETs. And I'm like, "Well, I can put out 1,200 watts on all bands." I says, "It's just temperature related, you know. Usually the dope semiconductor, if they fail and they're bleeding, they'll bleed, you know, at just about any period. They don't heal up."
Yeah, copy. I didn't know that. So is there? Well, there must be a microcontroller in there. I didn't realize they were doing some, I don't know, current limiting or some sort of control loop based on temperature or anything, frankly. So I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah. This amplifier's got feedback in it. It's got a controller in there, and it like I said, it's got a prescribed curve. I think it's I don't think it's active. I don't think it's got a microprocessor. I never really looked at it that close. I think it's basically just times tables and a ROM.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, cool, man. Always nice to get a piece of gear off the healing bench and actually working properly. Sweet. Do you like that 1306? I know. Well, I mean, I guess it's fine. That it's. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand it's basically 2 606s in a box with a splitter and a combiner.
Yep, that's all it is. It's a 2-in-1, you know, which I kind of thought it was interesting because now you've got 2 separate PA decks that you can diagnose. And if I wanted to, I could uncombine it and run it as a single 600 watt amplifier if I wanted to, you know. I mean, it's got options. I don't like some of the issues with it that I had because of their service. They didn't want to help me. They just told me, send it in. And they said, well, it's 2 months away on getting any MOSFETs. And so she was going to throw all the MOSFETs at it. I'm like, lady, it works fine. I go, it's got something going on. Could you just tell me kind of what she's like, I can't give you, it's proprietary information and this and that. And, it's like Apple. They didn't want to tell me, I'm not allowed to fix my own amplifier. So I'm all right, I'll figure it out. But I did finally get a hold of the guy that's an engineer and a tech. And he's like, yeah, it sounds like you got a temp sensor, dude. So I go, can you sell me some? He said, yeah. So I bought 2 MOSFETs and the 4 temp sensors in the rig. I ohmed them out, did the wiggle test. Like I said, I touched them with the what do you call it? The soldering iron real quick, heated up the bolt that they're on the, watched them, and sure enough, one of them seemed erroneous. And now I'm talking on it. I'm putting out over 1 kilowatt. And another thing that I noticed, one bank was going as the thermal. Amperage would come down as the heat would go up, like it's supposed to. And I noticed as I talked, because it has a cross needle on the amperage on each bank or each PA deck. And now when I'm talking, they're identical. So that means they're both throttling the same now, where there was a variance. Once you talk long enough, I would notice one creeping up and the other one would be staying low because it would be throttled and the other one wasn't.
Yeah, copy. Well, that's a great find, man. And like I said, I love hearing stories of people fixing their gear. I really think it's total crap that manufacturers try and hide technical information for objects that you own. I think it's wrong, frankly. But right to repair legislation is slowly working its way, through, through the Senate, the Assembly. Hopefully it doesn't have to go to like court kind of stuff, but one of these days, maybe it'll become law, because this is just radio, but think of all the people running other gear like John Deere. That's a whole other fiasco there.
Yeah, roger that, KJ6VRC. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that stuff online, and I worked for dealerships as an auto mechanic and a technician. I did electronics and stuff, and for the longest time, they would always say, people would come in and they'd say, well, you can't tell them, what's going on, or, if the CAN bus is this and that, and it's all proprietary. And I'm like, everybody steals from everybody else. I mean, I wouldn't give out trade secrets. That's one thing, but the fact that, OBD2 and OBD1, all that stuff is standardized, you could help somebody out on that. But yeah, it's kind of a joke with that right to repair thing. I do a lot of tube amplifiers. I repair tube amplifiers quite a bit, so I have a bunch of those that I bought broken and I fix, and from Kenwood to Collins to Henry to whatever. But yeah, I have a couple of the 500-watt solid-state mobiles that I use one, because the shack I'm in right now is all solar and lithium-ion batteries, so it's 100% off-grid. And but I do run this 220 amplifier. That's the only thing right now that's running on the grid right now is my 220 amp. But I got it for summertime. I like the solid-state. It does not put out a bunch of heat like the tubes do when you're sitting there idling. Everything goes to sleep for the most part. So that's why I like the solid state. It's not my favorite amp, but as long as it's working, it's not bad.
Yeah, I've been pretty much a tube guy for a while. They're cleaner, they seem to complain less, and being voltage devices, high voltage devices, it seems to be a better match for radio anyways than current mode devices. But I recently got this RF2K LDMOS, solid state amp, and it's got a built-in tuner and lots of interfaces to connect to different radios, which it does all over the network actually. So you get UDP, datagram control, TCI, CAT. Yeah, it's cool. It's like a little peek into the future.
So what brand is it?
It's from a company called RF Kit. They're out of Germany, and the model is the RF2KS, and it uses two BLF 189 XRBs, so something like 3,200 watts of transistor capacity, about 2,500 watts of power supply capacity, up to 70% efficiency.
So it's RF2KS?
Yeah, A-firm.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm always looking to see. So it's a tube amp. It's running, were they Russian tubes?
Sorry, it's a solid state amp. It's a LD MOS, using the latest and greatest from NXP.
Oh, it's an LD MOS. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking here. Yeah, I was going to say, I've had somebody talk about that before.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's using one of those Huawei, like 2.5, 3 kilowatt communications rectifiers. So it'll work on 120, 240, whatever, and it puts out like, I don't know, like 60 amps, something ridiculous. And then it's got a Raspberry Pi, an STM32 microcontroller, the LDMOS palette, the low-pass filters, and then a tuner.
So is it 2K PEP input or 2K PEP output?
No, it's actually it'll do like 2.4K output on 17 meters, but for clean operation, legal limit, it's just loafing along there.
Yeah, no, I don't run my stuff over. I mean, I've got an AL 1200 that'll do 2500. I've got an Henry 5K that'll do, but I've only run 3500 watts into a dummy load. But yeah, there's no reason. If you can't be heard at, usually on average, I think if I can't get a hold of a station with 400 or 500 watts, you're not going to get a hold of them anyways. So I consider it a loss. I usually, like I said, I've talked to anybody and everybody about 500. It's only when you want to get a little bit clearer, a little bit louder, tiny bit, you go up to legal limit.
Yeah. So just as an example, I'm doing 9 watts in, and I'm peaking 750 watts, maybe 760 out. The amount of gain is ridiculous. Like even with, I think there's 16 dB of attenuation on the input, and then there's switchable input attenuators depending on your configuration and band and stuff to linearize the input. Like right now it's doing 19 dB of gain, but stock, it'll do over 30.
So I was looking here on some pictures of the boards. Now, did you put it together? Did it come as RF modules and stuff like that, and then you just plug in the cords, or did you have to do surface soldering or anything?
Well, so about a year ago, you used to be able to get it as a kit, right? So you'd get basically the palette, like major boards, and then you'd kind of assemble it and calibrate it, align it, all that kind of stuff. But recently, about 10 months ago, they received type acceptance from the FCC, so they're not doing kits anymore, unfortunately. So if you want one today, you pretty much got to buy it already put together, but it's still basically the kit. It's just been put together.
Roger that. So, but that's another cool thing, that it does make it modular. So, if you understand, you could pull a module down and diagnose it. It's not so much a hodgepodge, like it at least comes apart.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like it. Its heritage is a kit, and there's documentation on how to build it and align it, and yeah, if you know your way around, frankly, a multimeter and a VNA, like it'd be pretty easy to get in there and muck around. The only thing that rubs me the wrong way a little bit, so there's a Raspberry Pi that handles the GUI and all the interfacing with the outside world, but the STM32 microcontroller handles all of the like internal functions of the amp, and there's no way really, I mean, I guess you could disassemble the code, but there's no way to get good human readable code out of that. So as long as that keeps working, you can pretty much fix anything else that would go wrong. Like if you blew a FET on it, or you toasted something in the low pass filters, I think it'd be super easy to fix.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I see it's got the network is toroids with the gang relays and stuff like that, which is commonplace nowadays. That's the best deal. Not a bunch of goddamn switches and this and that and blah blah blah. It's just automatic switches. So my other question was, so does it have on the driver, the gain is super high on the LD Mosses, or has it got a preamp?
Does not have a preamp on these large LD Mosses. Each one is rated for 1700 watts, right? And the book spec on them is 29 dB, and this has 2, so figure 3 dB more than that. Now for type acceptance, right, the rule, quote, the rule is 15 dB, and the amp designers have implemented like basically a linearization regime on the input. So there's different input attenuators that get switched automatically depending on band. But that's actually a controllable value, from the controller and the firmware. You can actually switch the input attenuators in and out.
Cool. Yeah, I see. So, yeah, it's got a pretty good form. Touch screen, all that stuff. Raspberry 3, so that's Cat-LAN, band, HDMI to the touch screen, power supply, 50 volt. So those run on the LD Mosses are 50 volt. That's the same thing. The MOSFETs that are in mine are 50 volts.
Yeah. I think those are MRF 150s. And then these are BLF 189s. I mean, in theory, like the operation is fairly similar, but these big transistors, there's like a whole bunch of little tiny ones all in one package. And they're a bit more rugged than the MRFs were. So I'm hoping, knock on wood, don't blow any of them up, because another BLF 189 is probably going to cost you $400 each today.
Yeah, what a shame. I was hoping when I got this thing apart, I didn't realize how many MOSFETs were in it. It's got 4 on each, and only 150 watts a piece, which you think, well, I guess that's a relatively low output. The gain's not bad. It can be more stable. Depends on. I mean, it's for what it is. It's a decent amp that I got, but I would have rather had less components at higher output.
Yeah, for sure. But my bone with the 1306. Let me turn up the power, by the way, because I'm only doing 9 watts in. So we'll come back to where we were operating before. That's legal limit-ish out. That's 24 watts in. 150 times 8 is not 1300 watts. It's 1200 watts, right? And if you're doing a nameplate rated capacity on the FETs, I can't imagine that they're very happy doing that. Not for long, at least.
No, I run this thing at a kilowatt. That's what I bought it for, to run it at a kilowatt. I run all my amps below, unless my AL 1200, it's got a 3CX 1200A7 tube in it, which is pretty robust, and I have spares. But the one that's in it right now is brand new. I bought it, new old stock. Box was sealed. I sent it to Kenetron back east. They did a curve on it and high voltage test, and it'll put out legal limit at like, I don't know, 25 watts, 30 watts. But that one I don't mind running at legal limit, but all the other stuff, yeah. Any amplifier, if it says it puts out 1,000, I run it at 900, or 800. I underrate, just like my race cars. I don't. Yeah, it makes 1,000 horsepower, but I don't want to blow it up right out of the gate.
Yeah, you wouldn't be driving around at 6,500 RPM in first gear everywhere, right? So, I get it. Actually, this transceiver here, this is one of the open source radios, the Anon. It's got this linearization scheme built into it, this or adaptive pre-distortion. So it's like actually a closed loop. I don't know. I wouldn't call it negative feedback, but it basically compares the input to the output, and it characterizes the gain and phase distortion characteristics of the amp, and then can pre-correct for those. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was looking at the specs. It's a nice looking amplifier. That's cool. Yeah, I was just checking my thermistor, and yeah, I'm putting out a kilowatt 950, 1,000. It's PEP, but yeah, the heat sinks are running about 10 to 15 degrees cooler. Normally, right now, with the ambient air temperature in here, what it is, the heat sink would be a 105. 115, which is not bad, but it wouldn't be throttling back, which means that the packages would be too hot. So I think I might have got it.
Yeah, that's great. Let me ask you real quick. So you said the lady wanted to send you another match set of 4, and I know someone that has a 1306 that bit the dust recently, and we suspect similar, that one of the banks is toast. What did that set you back?
Well, she didn't want to send me anything. The guy that's the engineer, he was nice enough to give me, and they have numbers on each of the top that you have to look at because you got to set the gain. Anyways, they're $60 a piece, so I bought 2, and it was $120 for the pair, and I haven't used them yet. But in all honesty, if I get a chance, if I like the amplifier, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to buy all 8 just to have an entire set to change out. So when the world goes to heck, and they say, "Oh, we got problems again. You can't get components,"
Yeah, it's probably smart, at least if you're going to be keeping that amp for any period of time. Actually, now that I think about it, I know at least 2 people that have 1306s that decided to blow themselves up recently. So, yeah, hopefully they got good amount of stock.
Yeah, they actually did not have any on the shelf for a while there. This guy was nice enough. He pulled out of their super secret stock. He goes, all right, because she was telling me it was going to be 2 months, and then she wouldn't guarantee that they would have any 298s. And then I said, well, can you tell me how you guys, put them on? You do a curve on them. You load them at how many watts and how many volts or this and that. What do you do with them? How do you get your numbers? What is it? Is that the voltage 2.98 is the volt at which it comes on or shuts off? I mean, what dropout? She says, well, it's proprietary, can't tell you. And I'm like, well, how am I going to match them? She says, well, blah, blah, blah. And so then this guy, he's like, yeah, we do this, we do that. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then I said, do you have any 298s? He says, yeah, I can get you a couple. And I'm like, all right, cool, thanks. So at least I wouldn't have to do too much of an adjustment change. I mean, you'll have to match it a little bit, but as long as they're close to what's in it, I could get away with it,
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, in spite of my gripes about MFJ, if I'm really honest, every time I had something broken, they eventually figured it out. It might have taken them a while, but I bought a 998. That's their legal limit auto tuner, and the one that I got from HRO or whatever, man, it must have been shipped poorly. The wire feeder insulator was bent to heck, and then the RCA keying line used to interrupt an amplifier or something, it was all screwed up. It just came off in my hands. So I called them about it, and it took a while. They didn't have an answer right away, and then eventually they're like, well, send it in. I sent it in, and the guy's like, well, we don't have any stock, but how about this? I'll just build you one. I said, okay. So he literally built one, I think, out of parts they had there, and then sent it to me. And, it's been working okay.
I have one of those MFJ 998 autos, and I bought it particularly to run with this amplifier because this one auto changes, and I'm like, well, let me get a quick tune and this and that. And I got 3 different antennas here, and so I had nothing but trouble with it. It creeped. If you ran even 800 kilowatts, the SWR keep creeping. I had trouble with it. I called them this and that, and I took the thermal camera and I was looking at it, and then I finally got it stabilized, and what it turned out is one of the ferrite rings in there was chipped. Here's possibly, I don't know for sure, and I'm not an RF engineer, but one of the ferrite rings was chipped. So I spun that ferrite ring around to where the chip was up, and then I proceeded to use high temp hot glue, and I glued all the ferrites in a nice solid position on the board and repositioned all the windings. And after I did that, stone cold stable, I'll put 1,400, 1,500 watts through it, talk on it all night. The SWR wouldn't budge at all. It was like hammered fixed. And I messed with that thing for 3 weeks with ferrites and beads and checking my antennas and temps on my balance and what's going on and this and that. And I called them and they're like, we don't know and we're not this and that. All it took was spinning a toroid and then hot gluing them all down, and that thing works. But I ended up buying an HF Auto. I'm using a Palstar right now, but that's when the time that I was working on it, I got so frustrated I bought a Palstar, but it now actually is worked. And I did it to another friend's, and that stabilized the SWR with hot gluing all the toroids. I don't know if they vibrate or something would change, but it fixed it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know that mine has done that, but definitely those toroids like move around a bit. I might have to try that. I'm not using it much anymore because now I'm using the tuner built into the amp, right? So when I QSY, the amp is sent the frequency update from the radio, and then it already snaps in the correct tuning solution. It seems to be working good, or well, rather. But the one thing that even this 998 does is sometimes when I'm talking, I hear my voice coming out of the thing, and I think it's the coils on the meters, like the power meters. Also, it says it's a peak reading meter, and that's total BS. It is not a peak reading meter. Yeah. Anyways, there's an undocumented interface, serial port interface on the 998, and I actually have it hooked up to the computer with a USB to serial adapter. And I was doing the same thing I'm doing now with the amp. Like when I would QSY, I would send a frequency update to the tuner and have the tuner snap in the correct tuning solution, before I even keyed up or set any RF.
Yep, roger that. Yeah, no, I was wondering too myself about that port on the back there on that 998, hooking it up to a computer if it was for reprogramming. But yeah, that peak meter on that thing is a joke. It is not. And the only way I was going to do it is what I was going to buy. MFJ makes a PEP meter, and I looked at it, and it fits in the same face. I was going to interface. I was going to put the peak reading meter into the unit with the module from one of their actual desktops to make it into a true peak meter.
Yeah, that'd probably work. I mean, I think it's just a basic SWR bridge in there. But sometimes it's nice to have the peak power from the tuner, right? Because then if you put the watt meter after the tuner, your readings are all funky. Yeah, I might have to look at that. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this tuner though. Part of the reason I kind of ponied up the cash for the amp was to consolidate and simplify a little bit. And it's doing that. So yeah.
That's a great sounding amp. Sounds good. Clean audio. Yeah, and like I said, the less components you got. I splurged. I spent on this stupid Palstar, but I was so bent from having trouble with my MFJ. I'm like, I'm going to buy a Palstar. And then I got the HF head unit, stuff like that, brand new. But online, there was a guy on eBay. He was selling a Palstar. I got the remote head. They have a head unit for it, to where now my tuner's across the shack, and I have this RS-232. It has a patch cable, Ethernet that runs between it, and it does all the controls, and even has the same screen on it. I can see what's going on, and I can have it up to 300 feet away from it, and I got that for like $250. The guy, so that made it worth my while to buy the original unit.
Yeah. Did you say you found that on eBay? Like, that sounds very interesting. Also, the HF Auto's wonderful tuner, beautiful.
Getting out. Yeah, I got it on the remote head was on eBay, and like I said, I bought directly from Palstar. I bought the HF Auto tuner. Oh, I take it back. I didn't buy it directly. I got it from DX Engineering, or HRO. It was the last one they had on the shelf, because I had called Palstar and they didn't have any, and they were behind times and blah blah blah, And so I was like, I really wanted a decent tuner. So I rarely buy new equipment. I usually buy stuff used. So either fix it or save the it's like I worked in auto dealerships for so long as a mechanic stuff. You never buy a new car off the lot. You lose like 10, 15, 20 grand in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, used is the way to do, because I don't know, man. It's like buying a freaking car. Like, holy smokes, it takes such a big hit. Yeah. That remote head sounds interesting. I've been thinking about putting up a big vertical, and I would probably want a remote tuner for it. But we'll see before we go down that road. I'm not quite so sure.
Yeah, and I was having issues with balance, and finally I was winding my own, and it wasn't working. I had a Palstar Ballon garbage. It's got like Tootsie Roll beads for the toroids. They're tubes, and they're called beads instead of the toroid rings. And it was overheating SWR issues on 40. I got an antenna right here that's got it's a homemade ladder line fed. Everything I got is mostly ladder line fed. I only got one antenna that's coax, and obviously my repeaters are coax. But I finally called Ballon Design. I said, hey, what could I do here? Now I got a heating issue. For some reason, my antenna's tuned. Everything's pretty much straightforward. And with my ladder line, I run the 18 gauge 450 ohm. And he's like, check this out, 1-to-1. If you don't want to broadband the antenna, I said, no, this antenna I'm talking on right now is super small, dedicated for 40 meters, and it'll actually pull in and do better than I've got a 400 and almost 500 foot antenna long ways for 160 that'll tune in on 40, but it still doesn't do as good as this little one. So anyways, he wound me up a 1-to-1, and it runs perfect. It gets a little tiny bit warm just because it's obviously the way the design is, but it doesn't get, the other one used to get like 137 degrees.
Oh yeah, it's pretty hot. It's kind of the next frontier for me. It's like do some more experimentation with antennas. I just have a coax fed fan here, fan dipole. It works pretty good. It's like 80/6 on it, but I don't know. I either need to get it up higher, or I've been thinking about, well, a couple different types. Like I said, either a big vertical, maybe 50, 62 foot large vertical. I have quite a lot of space in the yard here, in the backyard, where I live in Oakland. It's, I don't know, it's like more foresty, I guess. And we've got some big eucalyptus trees, so I kind of want to take advantage of that. And I could run a wire vertical all the way up straight. Other thought maybe is like a vertical delta. So I don't know, lots of experimentation to do.
Try some ladder line. I was Mr. Coax forever. Ladder line, and they say, oh, it brings in noise or does this or it resonates. It doesn't. That stuff kicks ass. Even with the 18 gauge, it'll do legal limit. It's solid steel clad, copper clad steel. tough as nails. I've had one antenna up. I've got 375 feet feeding. It's got a 4-to-1 balun on it, and that one's, like I said, that antenna's like, I don't know, 260 feet each leg. So it's five something, and I can tune it up on 20, 40, 160, whatever. I usually use it on 80 and 20. 40 now, I have this small antenna that I made that it's a full wave 40 that's tuned just for like between 214 and 215, because we had a group that was chatting there. And that antenna that I'm talking to you on right now, if I go to my super duper large antenna, there's a definite gain difference, but it's only a little bit of difference. But the noise level on 40, this one I've got dead flat, 0 to 1 on all my bands, 0 to 1.
Yeah. Man, 200 and something. So that's a full size then.
Yeah, I use it on 160. I used to talk AM. I have some boat anchors. I've got a restored Viking Valiant, and I have some Hammerlands that I use for receivers. I used to make my own dial keys and relays, and there was some groups that I used to talk to when I was a younger ham 15 years ago, and most of those guys are all silent key now, and they used to have like RCAs and Taylors and huge big iron, huge 3-1000 tube amplifiers down in Carmel Valley and this and that. And I used to chat on AM a bunch, and I was into that. So I put the big antenna up because, it was better on 160.
Yeah. I'm kind of there now. I'm like chatting on AM on 75 meters, running almost 400 watts of carrier, legal limit. Whatever in the solid state, man, the LD Moss, like, it freaking loves it. It's great. It's so much better than any glass envelope tube, which kind of is straining under the under the load.
Yeah, that's where my Henry comes in. I have a Henry 5K Classic that I can run, 350 watts on AM, no problem, and 250 watts, whatever. It'll do, I don't know, 1,000 or 1,500 digital mode, 24/7. It'll do legal limit if you wanted to, but I don't run them at that. But it's also a blowtorch. It heats the shack up. It's got to be in the wintertime.
Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, that was another big motivation for getting away from the tubes for a little bit, at least for the daily driving, because my shack is also my office. I work from home, and it's an enclosed room, and man, I was just cooking in here all the time. Like in Oakland, you basically don't have any air conditioning, and here in the hills we're above the inversion layer a little bit, so the temperature is probably 10 degrees hotter here than it is down in the flats. And I was just getting tired of it. It's hard to work when it's that hot. Your brain quits working.
Yeah, that's nice. So you live up in the Oakland Hills?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not like Montclair Hills. It's like south of that, kind of near the zoo.
Audio.
Yeah.
Hello, audio 1 2 1 2 3.
Is there somebody out there trying to get in?
Maybe I'm getting in to get out.
Hey, Randy.
To get out.
Yeah, this is KN6TYF with KJ6VRC. I think that's KK7TV.
You're thinking right. Did you see my chat? I'm chatting with you.
Oh. No. Yes, I see it.
Pay attention.
Yeah, I see it. You enjoying the live stream?
This is better than me logging into one of the SDRs because of how loud I hear you.
That's what I was trying to tell people. I'm like, forget using KFS. Like, just take the gander here. You get the real McCoy.
Anyways, if I'm talking over the guy, sorry. JJ6VRC, I got to go take care of a few things. I didn't realize it's already 2 o'clock, so I'll catch you later. Thanks for the chat.
All right, take care, Jason. Yeah, nice chatting with you, man. And catch you down the road. 7-3 from Kilo Norway 6 Tango Yankee Fox. All right, Randy's.
I'm in Arizona.
What was that? I doubled on you.
Hey, John, I could hear you.
Yeah, good deal. I was gonna ask you something. Oh, I tried to reduce the latency as much as possible, so it's in the ultra low latency mode now.
Well, it is much faster.
Well, Jonathan, this just sounds like shit, just like you.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's a recording of a recording of a recording.
Oh, that's okay.
Anyway, listening to you live is better than me going to one of the local SDRs, like Half Moon Bay.
Yeah, because you got the direct feed. You know, the one thing I don't have is I don't have any EQ on the mic feed yet to the stream, but maybe I'll work on that today. All right, I'm going to take a standby here for a minute. KK7TV, KN6TYF.
He was a little hot under the collar that the entire tail dropped off.
No, I wouldn't be getting back in that thing.
I'm picturing there was a mechanic somewhere that got a real ass chewing. Who would like to make a listing out there?
Last year, so just coming up to
For a whole lot of sins. There's something out there, but I can't quite pull you out of the noise.
He said he gets a chewing every week.
Must be married. I meant the ass chewing. With calluses on the knees. KB6LZW with a mere 10 minutes left. Who would like to be number 13? Who would like to make a listing out there? Has anybody heard Foster lately?
I think I talked to him week before last.
Info.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I talked to Foster this morning, and he's got a 20/9 noise problem.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure he was all right.
Yeah, he's sounding good on the phone, K6LK.
How you doing last week?
Better hunt that noise down and kill it.
Well, you never know, at our age.
That's right.
Hey, I talked to a guy. I got an email from him that morning, and Bob, KHYBB, a couple hours later, we're gone.
Hate it when it does that.
Yeah, hiya, Brian. Hi, Dennis. Yeah, I fix you.
Who would like to make a listing out there? Who would like to be number 13?
Contact.
Contact, go ahead.
I'll do it the right way. Chris, AI6U. Can you QSY to 35?
Yes, sir. I'll be there. AI6U.
W6BDW, thanks.
Murray, check the audio.
Your call sign? Who would like to make a listing out there? Who would like to be number 13 today? Hang on, I got to unplug something here. Okay, had a battery maintainer that was starting to make noise. Who would like to make a listing out there? I guess nobody wants to be 13.
People are very superstitious, Dennis.
Oh, well, this happened yesterday. I got to 12. I couldn't get anybody to take 13.
You see what I mean?
Lucky 13.
I remember being 13. I wouldn't go through that again for all the tea in China. And 6MXU said that.
Oh, man, I second that notion.
6BB.
That's when the whole world went upside down.
Hormones.
Oh, baby. Oozing. Who would like to make a listing out there? Number 13 is open.
Yeah, 6MPY. Can I add something to number 2 from yesterday?
You have five items already.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Cash 6MPY. Well, I tried to get somebody to pick it up. Anyway, KI6MPY 73s and TNX.
Okay, well, is it a tube type?
Yeah, big old RCA Navy receiver.
Well, I can add that on for the radios that glow in the dark portion. It's an RCA what?
Oh boy, it's an Romeo Bravo Charlie /5. Big Navy communications receiver. No power supply. It's probably pretty good if somebody had the power supply for it.
I think those were related to the RAOs. I used to have a couple of them. Okay, it's on there.
Okay, thank you. KI6MPY.
RAL. Yeah, I had RAOs. In fact, I still have that antenna connection in back that came with them if anybody ever needs that.
That's the very low frequency one, isn't it?
No, it was the general coverage HF. I think the RAL was the real low one.
No, RAL is up to 23 megs. The regen.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the real low one. The RAOs I had was half a KC up to around 30.
I have to look that one up.
Big and heavy and black. Good rigs, though. Mine was a national.
Oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, the one I'm thinking of is the RAL7 and the I thought it was RAO, but maybe it's something else. They were TRF receivers. Oh no, these were nice big World War II Navy receivers, real nice ones. Yeah, that's the National Super Hit. Who would like to make a listing out there with a mere 2.5 minutes left?
Echo 6, Oscar, Tango, Victor.
Kilo India 6, Oscar, Tango, Victor.
Hello, Echo.
Kilowatt Echo. Okay, go ahead.
How copy?
Better. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Rick in Twain Hart, KE60TV. I have a high gain. It's a 640 vertical. It's still up, but needs to go away if someone's interested in that. I also have a freestanding tower. It's like a 30-footer. I can be reached at, I'm good on QRZ at my email.
Okay, let me get this tower down. Somebody last week was looking for one of those. Okay, number 13 today is for Kilowatt Echo 6, Oscar Tango Victor. That's Rick at Twain Hart. Let me get down Hart. And Rick has a high gain 40 through 6 meter vertical. I guess best reasonable offer?
Correct on both.
Okay, he'd like best reasonable offer on that. He has a freestanding 30-foot tower. Best reasonable offer on that. Who was looking for that here just recently? You can get a hold of Rick right here on frequency or look him up on QRZ, shoot him an email. Any breaks for Rick?
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, you're welcome. Who would like to be number 14 today? Who would like to make a listing with a mere 20 seconds left? Going once. Going twice. Okay, that's it, everybody. I need to get up and stretch my itty-bitty legs, and I'll be back and read yesterday's and today's list. Back in a moment. KB6LZW.
You did it. They're called bird legs, Dennis.
Bird legs, huh? Yeah, Renee showed up here for a visit one time, and the very first thing he said was, "You don't have itty-bitty legs." I'll be back. Anybody wants to buy one of my radio sets, I'll deliver it to Lincoln. W6WUH.
You got too many.
I know. When I get done here, I think I might just be looking at this FT450 and some kind of 2-meter rig and nothing else.
Your wife will appreciate that, Larry. That's what I'm trying to do, is get down to... I'm thinning the herd so she won't have to deal with it. N6MXU.
Well, yeah, I want to buy a sailboat, and I'm just going to sell everything that's not tied down, and because that's what I got to do.
If anybody wants.
How big a sailboat, Larry?
30 feet.
Well, yeah, I work on them all the time in Sausalito. That's what I do.
What do you do on them?
Mechanical, electrical work for the yacht brokers and different people.
Oh, that's a good niche.
Yeah, it really is. I was a regular mechanic for BMW, Volvo for a long time, and got divorced, lived on a boat, and that was the beginning of the end of working on cars.
Well, it's interesting working on boat engines, that's for sure. You get in some very cramped and difficult places.
That's why I got my young German co-worker to help with those spots.
Minions, that's what you need.
He's getting better than I am.
Well, you can get on YouTube, and there's hours and hours of video of me in the buildings of a Fisher 30 working on my Volvo.
Yeah, I work on a lot of Volvos. Actually, one tomorrow. It's got a raw water leak. They said I got to go over there and look at that. It's in a covered berth.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think the raw water cooler, the intercooler thing is leaking.
So the heat exchanger?
Yeah, heat exchanger is leaking around the seals probably.
Well, if it hasn't rusted through, you can fix it.
There was a KB6LZW. There was here for several years on the south side of the basin down here. Little bitty short sailboat with a cabin, but I mean it was a little tiny one. And the name of it was Think Bigger.
Yeah, I see that on a lot of boats' names.
I thought it was a real cute little thing, but last year it disappeared. Somebody bought it.
I'm thinking a good name for a boat is Olaf Hart.
Well, you know what boat stands for, don't you?
Break out another 1,000?
Yep, break out another 1,000.
Oh, a lot more than that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I do have yesterday and today's list here. Are there any updates on either list? Okay, now for what's coming up here in the future, Sonoma County Radio Amateurs have a flea market September 23rd at the Luther Burbank Center at Santa Rosa. It goes from 8 a.m. till noon. Then on September 16th in Lincoln, there's a swap meet there. That's all the information I have. And then also again on September 23rd in Reno at the Cabela's parking lot, there's a swap meet there. And also on the third Saturday of every month in Claremont, there's a swap meet at the Granite Creek Church.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, you're welcome there. And during the week, don't forget Brian's Net on 7235, starting at 11:30. Good bunch of people there. He keeps the list also. And if somebody's thinking about the list, either one of these lists later in the week, you have a question, just look me up on QRZ. My email address is right there. Shoot me a listing number that you want to look at. Or if you want to make a listing and you can't quite get in, and that includes you technicians out there, you can also get your listing on. Shoot me an email. I'll get it in for you.
Info.
Yeah, Dennis, that first one, was that in Santa Rosa?
It says Santa Rosa, the Sonoma County Radio Amateurs Flea Market at the Luther Burbank Art and Garden Center, which I think that's that one right by the freeway, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just confused because there was one in Sonoma, but I guess that's the Sonoma Club in Santa Rosa. It's going to have it in Santa Rosa.
I'm guessing it just says Sonoma County Radio Amateurs Flea Market. And setup starts at 6, general public at 8.
And what's the date?
The 23rd of September.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. AA6ZE.
See you there, Pete.
Hi, Bill. Nice signal there, buddy.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to read these lists like I normally do. If you want the pertinent information, I'll be pausing between each list. That's a good time to yell info, and I'll give you the rest of the details there. Number one yesterday was Dave up in Boise. Dave has a want. He's looking for a Harvey Wells TBS-50 Delta transmitter. Number two was Brian up in Montague. Brian has some stuff here. He has a 10 Heathkit TT1 tube tester. That's the fancy one. And all these items are best reasonable offer and pickup in Montague. He has a Heathkit DX100 transmitter. He has a Hallicrafters SX42 receiver and an S40 receiver. He has an 8-wire CDE rotator. It's a TR4. He has ARC 5 parts, and his radios that glows in the dark listing today is an RCA RBC-5 Navy receiver. No power supply. All these items pick up best reasonable offer. Number three was Bill in Kelseyville. Bill has a want here for Babcock equipment. He's looking for a B33T transmitter, the B75 receiver, and the B500 transceiver. He's also looking for a Yaesu Mike Henry 1, MH-1B8 hand mic. And he's also looking for ICOM's IC705 QRP transceiver. Info.
Scratch the MH1.
Scratch the MH1. Duly scratched there, Bill. Thank you. And you'll love that 705. Number four yesterday was Doc in the Santa Monica Mountains. He has by Dentron the DTR 2000L amplifier. That runs an 8877. Dual primary there, 120, 220 volt. He'd like 1500 for the amplifier. He has a want for a microphone for the K3 Elecraft. Number five was Dave in Boulder. Dave has a pristine Heathkit SB200 amplifier. That's 80 through 10 meters. It has a Harbach power supply mod on it. He does want to pick up on that. He'd like 400 for the amplifier. Number six was Tom in Concord. He has by MFJ the little CW QRP transceivers. He has the 20-meter one, the 30-meter one, and the 40-meter one. He'd like 200 for all three of them.
What's your deal?
Yeah, it is. Number seven was Bill in Anaheim Hills. Bill has two ICOM MB19 rack mount handles. And I guess these match up to the IC 7800, 781, 785, 970. That whole series in through there. Best reasonable offer. He has by Better RF the iMate controller. He'd like 40 for it. He has by ICOM the EX243 iambic keyer module for the older ICOMs. He'd like 30 for it. He has by Swan the FS2. That's an SWR and field strength meter made in Japan. He'd like 20 for it. And lastly, he has the Monster Stepper antenna. That's the one with the straight elements. 40 through 6 meters, comes with a 100-foot of control cable, power supply. The EHUs have all been rebuilt. Everything is up to snuff. He'd like best reasonable offer on that. He'd like to get that into the hands of somebody who could use it and appreciate it. KB6LZW with yesterday's list. Number 8 was Joe up in McClary, Washington. Joe has by Ameritron the AL1200 amplifier, and he said that's in good shape there. He'd like $1,500 for that amp. He has a heat kit SB220 amp that's been completely gone through, all sorts of hardback mods and such on there. He said call for details what he's done to it. He'd like $850 for that amplifier. Number 9 was Tom up in Chester. Tom has for free, pay for the shipping. It's a Nikon hand mic, the HM36. He said that matches up with a 746, probably fits others. Number 10 was Steve in Benicia. Steve has by Diamond the MX-62N duplexer. That one's rated at 600 watts. Covers 1.6 to 56 megahertz, and then 140 up to 470. He'd like $50 for it. He'll ship it for that. He has a Comet duplexer, the Charlie Foxtrot 530. That's 1.3 megahertz to 90 and 125 megahertz to 470, rated at 600 watts. He'd like $50 for it. He'll ship it for that. He has by Heil the Heritage 400 ohm microphone in new condition. He'd like $75 for it. Number 11 was Barry in Walnut Creek. Barry has by SPE the 1.5 KF Series 2 amplifier. He has a flex cable to go with it. He'd like $4,000 for that amplifier. He has by MFJ the model 1025 noise canceller. He'd like one. One was Greg in Visalia. Greg has by Regal Spectrum Analyzer. This thing is in mint pristine condition. It's the model DSA 815. Comes with a box and the manual. Does not have a tracking generator. Covers 9 kilohertz to 1.3 gigahertz. He'd like best reasonable offer on that. Number 2 today was Stan in Winters. He's looking for a YK88 Charlie-1 or a YG455CN filter. I think that may have already been found.
Yeah, those were listed last week.
Well, he found the YK88 C1, I believe. Anyway, if you have him, give him a call. Number 3 was Brian in Upland. Brian has by MFJ the 998 RT Auto Tuner. That's rated at full legal limit. It has the the bias power injector with it. He'd like best reasonable offer on that. It's kind of a neat little system how they can do that with a bias T in there. Number 4 today was Larry in Sacramento. Larry has coax here. He has RG8, RG214, 9913, RG59 coaxes. He does prefer a pickup on this stuff. Give him a call with your needs. He has by Yaesu the FT901 Delta mic with a matching desk mic. It definitely is pickup in Sacramento. He'd like $450 for it. Number 5 today was Dennis up in Athol, Idaho. Dennis has by Kenwood the MC60 Alpha microphone, desk mic. He'd like 100 for it. And then he has a
Zulu. You are 5-9 plus into Park Kilo 4391, Tiobe Humboldt National Forest. I'm near the corner of 88 and 89 in the Hope Valley. Over.
Oh, copy that. I know that you are X9 in Sacramento, California, 5x9.
QSL in the name there?
Handle here is Dan, Delta Alpha November.
QSL, Dan. Thank you for hunting, and you have a great day and have a great rest of your weekend.
You too. Happy hunting. KA6RCZ clear.
KN6TYF, Kilo Norway 6, Tango Yankee Fox. That's Kilo November 6, Tango Yankee Fox.
Sierra Yankee calling CQ POTA. Whiskey.
KN6TYF, Kilo Norway 6, Tango Yankee Fox. Who's out there? Kilo Norway 6, Tango Yankee Fox. KN6TYF. KA6RCZ, KN6TYF.
CQ POTA, CQ Parks on the air. CQ POTA, CQ Parks on the air. Whiskey 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee in bar.
Routing. He has the Eldico column.
They're not suppressed very well.
Well, you really lit up my telescope here. Sure.
Whiskey 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee.
Whiskey 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee, WA60.
WA6, go.
Echo Kilo Sierra. Are you the guy looking for parks, or are you at a park?
I am at a park. I am at Kilo 4391. Roger.
I got no idea where that is, but you sound like you're in my backyard. This is WA6 Echo Kilo Sierra.
Chris, wasn't that a song by Debbie Boone, You Light Up My Band Scope?
Coupler was there.
Girl, right? Right, I think that was a Debbie Boone song.
I think it was, yes. Ham radio infringing. Anyway, Bear, you're making it to Sacramento here, now real loud.
Best reasonable offer.
You said you're on a mag loop?
30-foot tower for best reasonable offer. Who was looking for that 30-foot tower here just a week or two ago? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's both lists as I have it. Are there any infos on either one of these? Well, not hearing a thing. Good afternoon to everyone out there. I'm going to give my old voice a rest here. Good afternoon. KB6LZW.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis. You guys are all welcome. Glad to do it.
W6WUH.
Hi, Larry.
BRG, you're on, Scotty?
it's really not a contest, but sounds delightful. I'm glad I could talk with you there.
WA6EKS 73s, take care. And you, good luck as well.
Hi, what's your name there? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Tango, India, Mike, Tim.
Oh, okay, no wonder I didn't get it, because I'm Jim. So, hi, Tim. I don't think you said it, actually. Anyway, have a great day up there, and gosh, it's been about 8, 9 years since I was in Carson City for a family reunion, but very good. Have a good one.
From 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee doing Parks on the Air. CQ Parks on the Air, CQ Parks on the Air from Kilo 4391.
Wow, 20 meters is super dead.
CQ POTA, CQ POTA, CQ POTA. CQ, CQ, CQ. CQ POTA, CQ POTA, CQ POTA. Whiskey 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee calling CQ POTA. Whiskey 7 Alpha Sierra Yankee calling CQ and listening. CQ POTA, CQ POTA, CQ POTA. CQ, CQ, CQ. CQ POTA, CQ POTA, CQ POTA. Whiskey 6
Hotel Bravo Hotel, calling CQ POTA. This is Robinson.
You say you're running on a battery now, over?
When did you tell them that it was phony?
CQ 40 meter, calling CQ.
S8 on peaks right now.
On CQ POTA.
Join that with this thing. It's all processor controlled. And being new to the radio, I have to learn all of that. But there is an adjustment inside. It's just like lighting. Once you set it, you leave it alone. So somebody else has owned this, and I'm trying to figure it out here.
Roger on that. Roger on that. Well, maybe it's a little bit of RF feedback there as well, but it sure sounds like just power supply droop, which causes it to unlock the oscillator there on the peaks of your voice there. Good luck with it. Oh, by the way, the name is Bonnie, Bravo, Oscar, November, India, Echo, and I'm in San Mateo, California. Over.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to adjust the mic gain down here. Just take me a minute, and we'll see if that helps it at all.
Well, right after you said see if it helps it at all, it sounded better. It's KQ6XA.
Whiskey Bravo 7 Uniform Zulu. Did that help it at all, old man?
Whiskey Bravo 7 Uniform Zulu from Kilo Quebec 6 X-Ray Alpha. Yeah, that sounds a little better.
All right. Well, we'll play with it a little bit. I appreciate the report, and I'll let you get back to calling CQ or whatever you're doing there. Anyway, this is WB7UZZ in Grants Pass, Oregon, and the name here is Ron, Romeo
November.
Roger, Roger, Ron. Up there in Grants Pass. Okay. Well, you still got the instability there on the last transmission, but it wasn't quite as much. I think just the voltage stability at the radio is probably going low during the peak, so causing the synthesizer to unlock. 73 and good luck with fixing it there. WB7UZZ from KQ6XA.
Take care. WB7UZZ clear. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 10, WB7UZZ. Scene 1, 2, 3, 4. Yellow 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. WB7UZZ. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. WB7UZZ. Testing 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4.
The frequency busy, WA6BJ. WA6BJ. WA6 Papa, Bravo, Juliet.
Man, I can't hear Scott on 20. It's weird. What's going on? It's noisy. We got a lot of attenuator in. I don't think it's RFI. I mean, maybe. Just not hearing anything. Hear WWV good.
Coordinated Universal Time.
21 hours, 40 minutes. Coordinated Universal Time.
Coordinated Universal Time.
21 hours, 41 minutes. Coordinated Universal Time.
At the time, 21 hours, 42 minutes. Coordinated Universal Time.
At the time, 21 hours, 42 minutes. Coordinated Universal Time.
Front end to ham over.
Well, the talk and
Basic. Papa Bravo Juliet testing audio.
Well, well, well.
I'm not going to have any barbecue with you.
What? Any what?
I ain't going to have any barbecue with you.
Why ain't you going to have no barbecue?
Well, 'cause you didn't do me no good.
Well, you didn't show up.
Yeah, I know. 1062, I have to leave 6BJ. I'm not ready to go there. I don't feel comfortable working on that frequency right now, and I'm not satisfied that I want to dump this thing on AI. I'm trying to learn about it.
Yeah, no, I understand. What you should do is click on the link so you can hear it. That's all. That's what I was saying. But there's other things you might be able to try. There's another system, but what I was talking about earlier with the routing, I think that's going to be where the challenge lies, is trying to get it all set up to route properly.
I understand that. I did just a little look-see. It's pretty complex, or it can be. There's a lot of vendors out there that are offering, free AI voice changer, and, they have presets and that.
So they're going to get W7 FEI?
Put it on your desktop, and I could do it on this one, and I could probably bring it up, and I bet I could just drive it. Well, I don't really know, but maybe easily drive it into the system. I just don't know. They say, you just pop it in, load it up. Anyway. So the problem has to do with, I guess, landing on a voice that might be reasonable, and it could be a synthesized celebrity voice. It doesn't matter, because probably it's not going to be exactly like him anyway. Anyway, so it's just a real learning curve. And what bothers me is that you get into some application, you got to do the load in the microphone. Don't forget when you pull this in, you got to do this. You got to pull up G-Sync or whatever, do this and that, and it just is ongoing. And of course, it has to be live streamed, not recorded. It has to be live streamed. This is WA6PBJ.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. But, I think any system that's going to be worth using like that is going to cost you some scratch, some dollars. You can check out this one, which I'll drop you in a moment. I think it's probably the most popular. But again, if you go down that road, you will need internal audio routing on the PC. You'll need to be able to take in a signal from a physical input, route it across different applications, and then send the output out, to the radio of choice. And that's, I wouldn't say it's hard, but it's not trivial.
Yeah, why don't we move up a little bit? We're kind of close to some guys that are probably trying to run some AM. Can we go to the...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the edge. I guess I'm looking clean enough.
Well, I do believe we are on the edge now. I do believe we were here first. This is KN6QF with WA6PBJ, and he's calling CQ, I think, but whatever.
Okay, well, I just didn't want to interfere. It's an AM window that we're in, don't you know? I don't know why you came up here.
Well, you gotta look in the mirror to find the answer to that one. Is Peer Signal working?
Yeah, Peer Signal looks fine. Yeah, it's working okay here, and I'm doing about a 20. Not a 233. I see a 333 there.
Well, okay, the number in the box is 200. That's not good.
It's 200 minus, say, 175.
Oh, okay, all right, fine.
Why don't we just go down frequency like where we belong? Okay, this nonsense of doing this is getting...
Pick a spot?
Let's try 72, say... no, wait a minute. 72, say... what would be a good one? I don't know. We're going to attract flies.
Maybe 84? 7284?
That's a kind of a calling frequency there. Those guys will attract flies there.
Well, 80 then?
Let's do like 78, 72, 7.
Okay, just go and I'll follow.
ZWA6PBJ.
Alright, CAN6TYF.
The SWR looks good here. WA6PBJ cop.
Yeah, I copy. Yeah, that guy on AM is just calling CQ. He's strong enough here, so.
Oh, I remember the day. I can remember getting on, hoping I might raise somebody, and if I was lucky, I'd pull up a minnow or a smelt as I was fishing for bass or flounder, or something in the San Francisco Bay. You'd get a smelt or usually smelt.
AM phone from Sparks, Nevada. W7FEI calling M.
Yeah, it's W7FEI from Sparks, Nevada. I don't know, man. Oh well, whatever. Yes, I still have those days.
Okay, well, you don't know what I'm talking about, but there used to be a time you can fish in the San Francisco Bay, rent a boat from China Camp.
Well, you can't do that anymore because of the mercury contamination, but yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Oh, did you ever visit China Camp?
Yeah, that's where they were dumping a bunch of cinnabar. Anymore because of the mercury contamination, but yes, I do know what you're talking about. Anymore because of the mercury contamination, but yes, I do know what you're talking about. Anymore because of the mercury contamination, but yes, I do know what you're talking about. Anymore because of the mercury contamination, but yes, I do know what you're talking about. Anymore. Contamination. I guess we've got a child on frequency. Oh well.
Okay, it's you now.
What's that?
N6TYF, it's your turn.
Oh no, somebody took my turn.
Well, just talk over that somebody. I hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's up in Marin, I think.
I don't know if it's still out there. Yeah, it would seem to be. I don't remember. You cross the Bay, San Francisco Gold Gate, and I don't know. I remember you'd take a road that runs you kind of along the bay and through hotels. I don't know if you went through Bodega Bay. Was it Bodega Bay? I think so. And ultimately, you end up at a place called China Camp. And back, I guess maybe 30s, 40s, it was real. There were small cabins built right on the beach there, and they made a living going out and shrimping in the bay. And there was a cannery there, as I remember, and they built product there. Go ahead.
Yep, just trimmed up the antenna.
Yeah, okay. Can you turn that thing off? It's like, I don't know, it's not very pleasant to listen to.
Oh, I'm not going to turn nothing off. You just jolly well listen to it. Okay, this is my voice. I'm sorry if you don't like my voice.
Okay, 7-3.
All right, we'll see you later then. But anyway, yeah, China Camp was a real place, and folks were living there.
7-3.
Yeah, they made a living there.
What's up, Connor?
KN6TYF WA6PBJ.
7-3.
Anybody else on frequency? WA6 Papa Bravo.
K7CBL CAN6TYF.
I think that was a recording. I heard that before. WA6PBJ, listening.
7-3.
What up, Connor?
Bravo, Julie. Let's see if we can't get a little more drive here since we're
last night when I was on the phone that my audio was too hot, so I just realized my volume was down there. K7 CBL. Yeah, we're all good in the hood here. My next test is going to be trying to put it back on the polyphaser.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, give that a go. Let me know. Give me a go. Let me know how that works.
BBJ.
7-3. 7-3.
Yeah, I'm just relaxing right now. It's a little toasty, not gonna lie.
Is that Colin QL or something like that?
What are you up to?
Not a whole lot. Just hanging out, man. Had a bit of a headache earlier, so.
Bro, you're missing out. You could have come over here and helped with the antennas. Mom made cookies.
Yeah, for sure. Did you miss the part where I said had a headache earlier?
DJ and,
well, the cookies are a headache here. There you go.
Up here, WA. DJ and,
yeah, copy. Well, I will be hanging out, so let me know.
There's another station?
And,
I was just telling John that's not a very nice thing to say about his wife.
Ow.
Up here.
Definitely, no comment.
Up here, WA6PBJ.
Smart man.
And, up here, WA6PBJ.
You're sounding good, though. Both of yous, actually. Nice signal, Jeff.
Yep, thank you. I think the other guy was signing out of there. I pumped it up, so I'm running about 1,000. That wasn't sure what the band was doing today.
Yeah, you're about S8 here in the Bay. Yeah, just I don't know. Been fooling around with this live stream thing. I think a couple ideas on what I want to try. Just more proof of concept than anything.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I was able to bring it up on the cell phone there for a little bit.
WA16.
And like I said, I heard you setting it up last night with Craig and Randy, but kind of lost sight of that. I went in a different direction. Just trying to get myself back into sorts from being on the boat and finding out that there is such a thing as sea legs on land. So it's very interesting. You feel like everything's still moving. It's like the elevator effect, right? You get off the elevator, you still feel like you're moving. So it's been doing that for 2 days now.
I've been there, done that. Felt very sick for a few days, but yeah, it'll pass eventually. I don't envy that, though. Last time I got really seasick, we were on a catamaran on Kauai, and yeah, it was bad. So,
well, luckily I didn't have any of the seasickness. That didn't bother me. And quite honestly, when we had rough seas going out to Bermuda at nighttime, man, I haven't slept so good since I was a toddler.
And 6R.
The gentle rocking motion was pretty awesome. I enjoyed that. But being on the boat for 7 days and then getting off on land and trying to function normally, I've found that this is proving to be kind of difficult. So it's slowly wearing off. It's not quite as pronounced, but it's still irritating today.
well, good thing you made it back in one piece.
And from what I have been told, made it back just in time, because I guess they're expecting some hurricane activity to move through there. So, yeah, good and bad. I kind of wish we had gone the week before. That way we would have had the full 2 days in port. We got shorted. So we were there for part of a day on Sunday, all day Monday, and then Tuesday morning took off at 8 a.m. where we weren't supposed to do that until Wednesday. So anyway, it is what it is. Beautiful there. Absolutely beautiful. Water just turquoise blue, unbelievably turquoise blue. And the saltiest goddamn seawater I have ever had to endure before. It actually burns your lips. I swam in the Atlantic before, but my God, was that salty. Just did not expect that whatsoever.
And hello, Scott, by the way. I have a memory of being in the Philippines, kind of experiencing the same thing, like getting in and out of the water, and it just being horrifically salty. But, man, I've not taken any beachy, islandy trips this year. So, the last one would have been Colombia last year. We went to the Rosario Islands, Cartagena, Medellin, Bogota, and I had a little bit of beachy stuff, but I feel like our traditional trip is way out in the middle of nowhere with beautiful beaches. So hopefully we'll do one like that. I'm feeling inspired. Over to Scott, N6RRV.
Break, please.
Hey, John. How you doing? And is that my good friend out there in Nevada as well?
Roger.
Or I do not hear him direct.
Yeah, that is Jeff, K5BLS.
Hey, Jeff, Scott here, N6RV. Do you copy? N6RV calling you.
Yeah, Scott, I can barely hear you. You're about an S6, and I'm running about 1100 right now.
Yeah, I don't hear him at all, John, hardly. I understand just about 10 minutes ago, John, you were having a very pleasant QSO with one of your buddies up the band a little bit on 40 meters.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, Wendy's calling me. I'll be right back. N6RV.
All right.
Isn't it strange, the pipeline and running similar power levels, that I can hear him, and it's not strong, but he can't hear me at all?
Please.
Yeah, that's I don't understand that. Maybe he's got local noise. He can't hear that well.
Break.
Yeah, so, well, anyway, it is what it is. So, yeah, overall, the trip was nice. I had a good time. And I would like to go back at some point. That way I can spend more time there. It is expensive, as everyone said. It's not as expensive as $4 for a can of soda, as previously detailed. But it's pricey. So much so that sitting in the bar there in the harbor, I had 3 frozen mixed cocktails and 1 shot, and with the gratuity built into their billing, it was $76.
Woo-wee! Man. Yeah, that's too rich for my blood. $76. It's a scam. It's a borderline scam. I don't know. I'm cheap. I like Asia because I can get a beer for 70 cents,
Break.
Yeah. Well, it was shocking, but anyway, it is what it is. There were a couple unplanned expenditures during that time, but overall, things came out okay. We got everything that they said we were going to get on the cruise, except for that extra day in port.
4 and 10, you can make it to here.
And the experience there, the staff was absolutely impeccable. I will give the Norwegian staff that 100%. I have never had better service in my entire life, and more pleasant people to be around. I'm shocked. But the quality of the food was atrocious. It was mediocre at best, even for the high-dollar restaurants. And if they cooked with anything else but salt, I would be damn surprised. There was like no flavor, no spicing, nothing. The cuts of beef were terrible. I've had cheap cuts of beef from Kmart, if you remember that, when they had their grocery section that were better than what I had on the cruise. So anyway, there are goods and bads for sure. Cleanliness, it was good. Quality, of the drink package, boy, did I make out on that deal. They did not make a dime on me, trust me. I think I was drunk for 5 of the 7 days.
That's great. That's great. Sorry, man. I'm a little surprised the food was not great, although I kind of am not surprised either. With that amount of people on a boat, you're pretty captive. They don't have a lot of motivation to be top tier. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's you're not there for the food, I suppose. But all that said, would you do another cruise?
Yeah, I probably would. I don't know that I would do it with that cruise line. Again, I'll leave it for off the air sometime. We can have another discussion. But in any case, I definitely now have the experience of, okay, this is what I should expect. This is what I should do, and things that I should look for and pay for. So it is what it is. But overall, yeah, it was very nice. It was nice to get away. It was nice to have other people around that we're familiar with, that we could pal around with and laugh and joke. And just not give a flying F for the 7-day period. Didn't care what happened, just as long as we were good enough to get up the next day and do it again, and I still have the sunburn to prove it. Was there somebody else in there? By the way, when you first keyed up, I thought I heard somebody else in there. K5BLS.
Is there a break? This is KN62IF.
No,
you guys didn't give him an opportunity to. He was trying to hop in. I was saying something, but you guys kept keying up right over him.
Well, what is
he was pretty strong, too.
On my handheld that you sent to me.
Yeah, that's a live stream, Scotty. If you pull that up, you'll see what I see. You can hear yourself on my setup. And, yeah, I don't know, just something a little different.
Okay, how do I pull that up?
Just click on the link.
Oh, okay.
Push the button, man.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Very nice.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, but it's not too bad.
It's almost to the point of that IFB feed that you get on broadcast television.
The delay. I don't want to spend too much time concentrating on it, otherwise I'm not going to speak well.
W6JCZ.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, everyone. I just turned it on, so I'll be listening for now.
Okay, well, anyway, didn't mean to leave anybody out of there. K5BLS.
Hey, if I want to pull
John,
it up,
it was a
what's the YouTube address?
Say again, Scotty?
What's the YouTube address? I got it on my... I got it on my cell phone, but it's just not big enough. I got to get it on my computer.
Well, how about I email it to you?
There you go. Perfect. Thanks, buddy.
I'm kind of anxious to get the amps online and get those things tested.
Oh yeah, that looks great. Like, you made a ton of progress, man. Is that basically completed now?
Yeah, it's done. It's ready to go. Just need to put it through the testing paces.
That's it's awesome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard would you say it was to put that together?
That's perceptive, I guess, because there's so many different skill levels. A lot of people don't want to wind their own toroids and do stuff like that. That might present a challenge to some people. But for my abilities, it was more just following the directions, and make sure that you pay attention to the way things are worded and pay attention to the placement on the board for each of the components, and that you have them in the right spot, because there's a lot of spots or locations on the board that you could easily transpose the wrong component in there and pooch the whole thing.
I bet there's a lot of little tiny things. I didn't look that closely. Were there any surface mounts or all through holes that you needed to solder in?
Yeah, everything that you have to solder is through hole. You have to wind all the toroids and filters. There's 3 different types of wire. There's the enamel coated, and which is a solid. And actually 4. There's 4 styles of wire. There's a thick, like 18 gauge Teflon coated wire that's really stiff for one of the toroids. And there's like a 16 gauge Teflon coated wire along with a 12 gauge. So you really have to pay attention to the colors, where things are going, and to the lengths that you are cutting things.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's great. I think probably that's going to be the best build 50-watt QRP amp there is, and there's so many like little add-ons. I saw there's even a ATU. There's like an interface kit. I know you saw there's that 100-watt upgrade. So if your needs ever change down the road, there you go. But yeah, it looks great. Super clean job. Great job.
Well, I hope that it turns out and works as well as it looks.
Yeah. Since you're using it with the HL2, maybe, you really don't need it, but at some point down the road, there is a way to interface it using the DB9 that you add to the Hermes.
I honestly, John, I haven't looked into that too much. I would assume that, yes, there is some way to do the automatic band switching and such. And I think, now I don't remember. One of the two, either the Ukrainian one or the whatever it is, the Hard Rock, has automatic band switching, so as soon as you hit the button, it switches. And of course, there's no tuning in there. But you're right, this one is nice because you can put the built-in tuner in there, and it's good to go. If you really want fast switching, you can use the QSK option, but I chose not to do that. I don't deal with CW stuff.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. You can even have QSK. How cool is that?
Yeah, now I will say though that the Ukrainian one is very solidly built. I have not opened it up to see what it looks like inside though. That was one of the things I wanted to do today. But the finish on it is very nice. The buttons that have a nice tactile feel to them, and the only downside that I can give to it, and another reason for wanting to open it up, is that the wiring that they used for the power connections, one, it has one of those tiny mini fuses, which are a real pain in the ass to find anywhere. So I'd like to get rid of that. And the wiring that they used has that really cheap China rubber vinyl coating on it that you can nick with a fingernail, so that's got to go.
Yeah. I hear ya. I think the amp itself, though, it's built with the same Mitsubishi FETs, and it's like high duty cycle rated, so I think it's good.
Yeah, so we'll put them both through their paces and see how it goes. Now, of course, the Hard Rock amp has the LCD display on it, which will give you the output power, as where the other one, of course, you'll need a watt meter if you really want to pay attention to output power. But looking that for instance, on the Flex here, I'm putting in 23 watts to get almost 1150 out of it. So I'm only going to use what input power is necessary to drive the amp to where I want it to end up.
Yep. I think we found that the minus 3.5 dB mark on the Hermes is the cleanest spot. That's about 2 watts in for like 40 out, kind of thereabouts.
Okay. Well, again, it's every band is a little bit different, so we'll see how they end up in comparison between the two.
Yep. Cool.
Anyway, interesting to hear myself come back through your end of things.
Yeah, not only can you hear it, you can see it. You're making good copy here. A little bit of QSB.S9.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a little bit better receive than I do, too.
Oh, I don't know. Just location, I guess.
Well, you're closer to the salt water.
That is very true.
And it's nice to hear that the reverb unit is not being obnoxious as well. I can barely detect it.
Yeah, seriously, that little reverb, that's magic. And for how, I don't know, I love like little fixed function gear like that, because it usually just sits there and does the thing you want it to do, and it doesn't make a big fuss doing it.
Yeah, well, this particular unit is nice too, because it has a very small footprint, and I can tuck it away underneath the rack, and it runs off of 12 volts.
Yep, so it's plugged into the station supply?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. I'm really stoked for you to get that other Behringer thing and see how it goes. Yeah,
it's just a matter of wanting to kind of play around with something a little bit differently, and then see how you can throw something together that sounds amazing on the cheap.
Yep, that's the goal, man. Like, and I think that's the freedom that Hermes kind of gives you, or just Thetis in general, is if you want to run a big rack setup with a really nice interface, you could do that. If you want to run something less complex, you can do that. Really totally flat, like digital inputs. So that's the secret sauce.
Yeah, and that thing does a fantastic job when it runs and stays stable. But I've played around with it so much that apparently my fooling around with the audio section so much that it creates or causes it to go unstable and then it crashes. So I got to start copying the settings down, and that way I can keep a better record of things in case that happens again.
Yeah, just to talk about that for a second. I always try and save it as a fresh transmit profile before I start tweaking, because otherwise I kind of end up where you're at, and I've made too many changes and I can't remember which one does what anymore. So I'll usually save it as a new one, and then every so often I'll go through and I'll just take out the ones that I don't need anymore. Yeah, and then you can also export just the mic profile as an XML file. And then if you open the XML file in a text editor, it kind of lays out all the parameters there in not quite English, but, readable enough.
Well, you know what I have found, John, is that I bumped the volume control. Sorry about that. Hang on a second. Yeah, I guess the cord slid across the volume control. That went way out of control quick. Anyway, what was I going to say? So I was doing exactly what you were saying. I was taking it and modifying it under different names. But what I found the week before I left was that the thing was, oh my God, how can I put this so that it makes sense? When I would bring up an older mic profile, it would still have artifacts and anomalies and strange things going on. And then you switch to another mic profile and it would do something differently, and you know that both of these worked before the system started to become unstable and started crashing all the time.
Yeah, I hear ya. I think that was related to the latest version of Fetus, because you and like one or two other people, I've heard some database corruption things where like the profiles were getting unstable. You would do something and then you'd close it and it would go away even though it shouldn't. Yeah, I think maybe that's been resolved in 2908 beta 5, which is specific for the Hermes from Reed. That's Mike India 0 Bravo Oscar Tango. You can find it on GitHub.
Okay, I think actually Brian from East Coast was telling me about that last night, matter of fact, because he and I had a brief conversation about that.
Yeah, it's the only way to go if you're running Hermes, and I think I'm pretty sure you're running that fork. I can't remember if it's all the way at beta 5, but changes are coming hot and heavy on that one.
Okay, K5BLS for ID in case there's anybody. All right, well, I'll have to look at that once I get back down to Carson City. Perhaps I can requisition you to remote in again and see if you can figure out what's going on with that a little bit more. That way we can maybe isolate the anomaly or strange issue, and hoping that it's still going on when we go back to look at it again, because when I left it, it was definitely broken.
Yeah. Well, when you're in Carson, maybe give me a ring, and we'll get it sorted. They also changed the power management regime, so when you do the upgrade, the PA settings got to get reset to default. Otherwise, you're going to find you have like 0 power out.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Well, things always change.
Sorry, what was that last one?
I was just saying that, things always change. You got to stay on top of it, otherwise you'll lose it.
Absolutely. Man, nothing is constant in life except for change. Absolutely.
Okay, I didn't catch that, bro.
Well,
the band been holding up. Are we changing time at any point?
No, man. You're solid S9 copy, sometimes up a little bit. There was a little bit of QSB earlier, down to 7 or 8, but it seems to be, working great.
Okay. About what time does the band start closing down still? Is it about 5, 6, 7? Because I can't remember.
Yeah, like maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock it starts going long.
All right. Boy, am I still bummed I couldn't take the radio to operate on Bermuda. Oh, well. Anyway, maybe I'll make it back there someday and be able to do that.
Yeah, man, I'm disappointed for you, and I think it's a load of baloney is what it is, but I suppose it's their boat, their rules, but that would have been way cool.
Yeah, honestly, now that I see how and what they did, I probably could have taken it and they wouldn't have known what the hell it was.
I kind of remember making that suggestion. Just, oh yeah, it's just my scanner thing, I'm listening,
Yeah, I'm thinking I probably could have mixed it in with photography gear, and they would have never looked at it twice.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe you would have gotten a different agent and they would have seized it and held on to it. That wouldn't have been good either.
Yeah, I don't think they were looking for too many things specifically. And it was interesting, you had to show your passport to get back onto the boat. And that was Bermuda asking you for the passport. Then when you went to go up the ramp to get back onto the boat, you had to give them your cabin card, which is, pretty normal. And then you had to go through, not a radar detector. What the hell do you call that? Metal detector. And then put whatever belongings you're bringing back through the scanner like they would use at the airport. So they actually have 2 of those on the damn boat. Anyway, particularly I think they were looking for liquids and any weapons of any type. I don't think they were looking specifically for anything electronic or whatever.
Yeah. So airport type security then. And we all know what kind of job those guys do. I remember reading some, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like the FBI tested the airport scanners, and they failed to detect like every single one of the threats that they tried to put through.
Wow, that's interesting. I wonder how long ago that was. I know that I've been to a couple airports, at least in the last, let's say, 15 years, where the TSA actually had a glass-cased display of things that they had confiscated since they had started doing that. People tried to bring guns, ammunition, magazines, Chinese throwing stars, of course knives, switchblades, sewing needles. Really? Sewing needles, apparently, are a thing. He shanked somebody, I guess. Let's see. What were some of the other things? Fake grenades. The ones that are hollowed out from the Army-Navy store. And I'm trying to remember. There was something else that was obscure that they confiscated, and I forget what it was. Maybe it was one of those looks like a pen, but it's a knife something like that. Anyway, I found it interesting. I perused a couple of those displays and went, boy, some people are really stupid.
Yeah. There's every once in a while I see videos kind of like that. Somebody like trying to take a firearm through security, and they, I guess, honest mistakes, they seem to detect those, and they'll jam you up and revoke your pre-check and all this and fine you like $10,000. But when the FBI test wasn't that long ago, maybe 3-4 years, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't walk away from airport security feeling more secure usually. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I feel you. The fact that you don't have to have even a high school diploma to become a security guard for the air, TSA. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, you get government pay, and I think it's like a GS7 or 9 rate too. It's something ridiculous where other people have had to work hard to achieve those levels of pay, and those are mandatory that you have some sort of at least high school diploma, if nothing else. A track history of career advancement, if not a diploma of some sort from some accredited learning facility. So anyway, yeah, I feel you on that one. Not saying that everybody there is a dummy, not at all, but it just generally speaking, sometimes what you see is less than what you get.
Yep. I guess just on the airport topic real quick. Here in Oakland, pretty much every scanner now is the new computed tomography. They're basically CT scanning your bags instead of the old X-rays. So I guess the benefit is laptops stay in the bag. But I don't know, man. It's not just the people working the security gates. It's also the passengers. Like, it's not hard to figure out. Come on, shoes off. Bag in the tote. Everything in the tote. Every time. Man, it always seems to be such a struggle.
Well, I did the pay for your freedom screening. We'll call it that. The TSA pre-check. And to me, the freedom of being able to go backwards and not have to do all that ridiculous shit with pulling everything out of a bag, taking your shoes off, taking your belt off, holding your tongue on the right side, holding your hands above your head, being scanned, all this other crap. Anyway, so much easier and so much faster. The way things used to be before all the let's see. Let me put this in a way that's not going to be terribly offensive. Overburdening of everybody, over mandating, too many policies. Anyway, it just makes me wonder, like where you're saying that they failed a test of finding things. How often have they saved anything from happening? Really? I mean, let's see that study.
Yeah, KN6TYF with K5BLS. Well, ever since, God, well, that's more than 20 years now. Our freedoms have been eroded. First the Patriot Act, then the renewal, then the FISA courts, then warrantless wiretapping and other surveillance. All in the name of, quote, security, homeland security, rather. The studies are not favorable. And, yeah, you're the only other person I know besides myself that has called pre-check what you just called it, and I agree. And I don't know, man. Like philosophically, I can't bring myself to pay money to my government for my own rights. It's wrong. But the wife has it. I could get it. I could even get it for free. I could even get global entry for free because any Capital One Venture card will pay for your pre-check or your global entry every 2 years or 5 years, whatever it is. They'll cover the fee. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't worked that one all the way out yet.
Yeah, I understand. Well, on that note, to digress here slightly, actually, before I do that, let me slip sideways again. The pay for your freedom thing. Yeah, that's basically, if you want to look at it, that's what it is. But there are these other loopholes in society and things that are right out there in front of people's faces that they're trying to take away from you. But the one loophole that has been on the big hit list is the tax stamp for Second Amendment items. It's legal if you can pay for it. Otherwise, it's illegal. You can't do it. So anyway, I'm going to leave that one right there. So, yeah. The TSA, the pre-check thing was worth it for the headache factor, and I was not aware of that for the city card, which I did use to my advantage because we booked American. Well, initially the cruise line had booked us on American outbound and Southwest coming back, and I poo-pooed on the Southwest. There's no way I'm going to be on a boat for 7 days and then get off the boat and 6 hours in an airport waiting, and then to get cattle card onto a tiny little airplane for 5.5 hours to travel back to get another cattle car to jump another hour and a half to Reno. That wasn't happening. So anyway, I ended up applying for one of the city American Airlines cards, got that. And they had the deal where you get a $200 credit if this. You get 40,000 traveler points if you spend $3,000 within the first 60 days or something. So I blew through that no problem, got my 40,000 points, and then I ended up buying first class upgrades for the outbound trip, which ended up costing me, I think, $16 because of that $200 credit. So that worked out great. And then I thought, well, I'm not going to do the Southwest thing, so I ended up buying American coming back. So I'm also getting the miles for that, mind you, and then not having to pay the abundant fees because I'm a card holder. So I got that. And there was something else. On the first leg of our tour outbound, because I was a card holder, we didn't have to pay for baggage fees because we each had 2 bags and they waived the fees. So all in all, that was a fantastic working of the system to get that to happen. And now with all the spending that I've done, because generally I use my credit card for everything, right? I just buy everything on the credit card and pay it off in one payment, and that keeps my credit up and makes things easier for my life for payments. And now I've got almost 50,000 points, which is good for 2 fully paid round-trip tickets anywhere in the U.S. K5 BLS.
Yeah. K5 BLS CAN6 TYF. That's the ticket. Although some people are just not credit card people. Like if you use credit cards and you carry a balance, you're not a credit card person. Like cut them up, throw them away. But if you can do like Jeff is doing, man, that's a lot of benefits there. Read your cardholder agreements, figure out the benefits. Kind of the same story here, man. Almost every vacation, all of the travel itself is usually paid for on rewards between the Venture card, Amex, Discover, between 2 and 6% cash back on everything. I've never paid a lick of interest on any credit card ever. And it's awesome. Like, I kind of been thinking about picking up one of these Chase Sapphire, either preferred or reserve cards for some more of the travel stuff, because like I canceled most of my travel cards except the Venture one during COVID, because like we just weren't going anywhere, and sometimes the annual fees like a lot of money, you know. And I couldn't justify it, but now we're kind of picking back up on the pace, and between eating out and all the fun little benefits you get on the cards, you know, it might be worth it. Just what you said, like the no baggage fees, maybe a automatic preferred status with airlines or rental car agencies. Like I think on Capital One you get Avis Gold and Enterprise Emerald Club, whatever they call it. Also, like free travel insurance, trip cancellation insurance. If you get sick, your bags get lost. You know, credit cards still do quite a lot. Although I'm a little bit bummed they've gotten rid of like return protections and a couple things like that. Maybe the price protection, but that's okay. I think it still works out. Anyways, back to you.
W6JCZ.
JCZ, go ahead and pick it up. K5BLS.
Yeah, I was going to say, good job, John. Yeah, I've never paid a cent of interest on my credit card, and I don't ever plan on paying a cent of interest.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I talk to people, like friends, about this, and then they're like, oh, well, I heard about this card and this card and this card. And we get to talking, and turns out they're carrying balances on all their cards, and I'm like, look, you don't need more credit cards. You don't need any credit cards. You're not doing it right. Really, if you carry a balance, like, they're getting paid twice, because they're already making money from the merchant fees, you know, the processor fees, and then they're charging you interest on top of that, and something ridiculous, you know, 20% or whatever. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know, man. See, I live life on auto pay. I just don't care. I swipe it, I get my paycheck, and a portion of it goes in my 401k, a portion of it goes to the credit card, and then life is good. I don't understand why you would want like a 25% APR and you have to actually pay it. Just, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. If you can't pay the credit card, just get a debit card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what I found is floating a small balance, because you know, unfortunately, we're in a type of democracy, and I'll use that term loosely, where you have to pay for things like freedom. So if you want a really good credit rating, you have to pay for that too. Everything comes at a price. And I found when I started floating a small balance and then paying the credit card off I guess it would be shortly before the inquiry period, and then, you know, continually showing revolving debt, but very minimally, that my credit rating shot way up. So that made the biggest difference for me, and that's why I started using the credit card every month to pay for things, but still floating a little bit of it across, not enough to really make a huge dent in my pocketbook, but it makes a big dent in the credit rating.
Interesting. I'll have to experiment with that. I have one card that I just put a few dollars on every month just to keep it active. It's like actually, I think it's my Office 365 bill for my personal and amateur emails, and then it just auto pays. I guess I could just let that go. Well, maybe. I don't know. I think you're right. I think you need some revolving debt. I don't know if I want to do that on credit cards, but I'll have to do a little bit of reading.
See, John, you save that for the car and the mortgage, not for a credit card. So on my credit card, the bill is due on the 10th, and I usually pay it on the 9th.
Yeah.
even with getting the car, I've got a larger car loan. It took a hit initially, of course, when you bought the car, but having the car, it helps sustain it a little bit. But I'm telling you, if you float, even if it's $100, $65, something, you float that across, but you have charged it up during the month, and you show a significant payment, it changed my credit rating 100 points, and that's not a joke.
Yeah, I'll do some reading. Man, I'm just happy to be in the spot I'm in today because it was not that long ago that I was a young adult making very poor financial decisions. This was before the Dodd-Frank legislation, like the recent legislation, a couple years ago, after the 2008 to 2012 kind of financial, disaster, whatever you want to call it. That changed a bit, but my I got a credit card, way overspent, really screwed up my credit, and ever since then I've been super, super careful to try and keep it up. I crossed over 800 not that long ago. I think it hit a peak of 813 or something.
Yep. There you go. That's the magic number these days, man. If you've got an 8 or better, you are in the upper percentile, because especially after COVID, things have absolutely tanked, and with good reason. But now people with mediocre credit scores are actually good scores, and the people with really bad are really bad.
See, I've been hovering around 785, 790 for the longest time, and I think it's because I don't own a house.
Yeah, well,
put a balance for a couple months and then look at your credit rating. It doesn't have to be a lot of money, and watch what happens.
Yeah, I don't own a house either, and definitely the rating will vary a lot. If I actually use a credit cards, the scores go up and down. They can vary 50 points month to month, just depending on how much I'm spending, which is total baloney, by the way. But there's this whole game to play, and Jim, you might know about this, but I'm super on top of asking for credit limit increases right away. Whatever the schedule is for the card, on Apple Card, I think you can do it every 91 days. On Capital One, I think it's every 6 months. I don't know. Whatever the schedule is, being right on top of that schedule, getting your credit limit up as high as you can, I think is a benefit, because then your usage, your daily day-to-day usage doesn't hit your credit nearly as much. If you've got a $30,000 limit on the card and you spend $3,000, it's a lot less percentage-wise.
Yeah, Roger that. I knew about that. a long time ago. So I know right now I have a 250K credit line. I probably put 2-3K on it a month, so that's really tickling it. And I noticed exactly that. Everyone says 1/3 is the magic number. You don't want to put more than a 1/3 load on your credit line. Otherwise, when your statement closes and they send that to the credit agencies, they see you're putting a lot more debt on your card.
Yeah.
But then the one thing that is counterintuitive, and the one thing I will never do, is I don't understand why you would want to actually have overdue payments on a card. That seems totally counterintuitive to me. When they say your payment is due in full by whatever date, you pay it in full by whatever date, period.
Yeah, well, life happens, right? So sometimes it's out of your control. But it's just not a good road to go down. I would borrow money from somebody else if I needed to before I put it on credit cards like that.
Exactly. And the thing is, right, like say on the 10th, let's say, for example, by the time my next statement closes, I have $1,600 on the card, then I pay $1,600 because I know how much money I make, I know how much money I have in my bank, I know how much my credit card can take, even though my line of credit is maybe more than what I have in my checking account. And most of that stuff goes into a 401k, some of it goes into an IRA, some of it goes into my brokerage account. So I don't actually keep much money in my checking account. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's true.
W6JCZ.
And K5BLS for the scorekeepers.
And Can6TYF. So, I started a new business last year. The business doesn't have any credit cards yet. I've been slacking on taking care of that, but I gotta look at that. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll look at that today a little bit.
Well, in any case, it's funny how if you can learn these little tricks and then be able to stick to them, how much further ahead you can get, and how true it is about paying for your freedom, and that everything comes at a cost.
Yep, it's true. Well, your signal's holding up really well. Yeah, it's great. Hopefully as we get closer to 5 o'clock, gray line comes in and things keep on cooking.
Yeah, we'll see. John, let me break with you here for just a couple minutes. I'm going to run to the other side of the house here and let my mom know that her dogs are screaming. Anyway, long story. I'll be right back. K5BLS.
All right.
John, I was in the restroom earlier, so I just came back, but I heard you talking about a little thing that a lot of people are starting to mention. It's that, well, I hate to use this phrase, but I'm going to say it. Kids these days aren't told that everything has a cost.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, a lot of young people I know, like, they're super motivated, which is great, but there's also a lot of young people I know, and not so young people I know, that are less about it, so I don't know.
I mean, I think it really comes down to parental education, or lack thereof. So I know now, like, the so-called stay-at-home mom concept is starting to disappear. Both mom and dad are working, often full-time, and so the kid is left home to either watch TV or, even worse, play video games online with others. They aren't getting the kind of parental attention that they need while they're growing up.
Bingo. Learning starts at home.
Yeah, exactly. And you cannot trust the school system to teach your kid this. The school system teaches your kid ABC 1, 2, 3 and how generally not to get into trouble. But in the end, it's up to the parents. Either that, or I know here's the thing. upper class, we're talking like, the upper echelon, they send their kids to like special daycares where trained child psychologists teach their children because they're both, let's say, working at the New York Stock Exchange 18 hours a day.
Do they even teach home economics anymore? Did you guys have to go through that where they taught you how to balance your checkbook and, do normal, simple day-to-day tasks? Hell, even cooking.
No.
Oh, why, yes, they did.
Yeah, I had to go through all that, and I don't know, to me it was kind of fun. But, yeah, I didn't think that they did that anymore. So many of these programs have been diminished. I mean, even the music programs in many schools have been very diminished. So people, in the reliability upon these, quote, smart devices making humans stupider has been just an amazing anomaly that we have created for ourselves. How many of you can recite 2 telephone numbers that are in your phone without looking?
Well, here's the thing, though. I went to school in Davis, so I'm probably out of the ordinary within a 100-mile radius.
Yeah. I don't know. It's, yeah. I think, we were talking about this a little bit the other day, but your brain gets freed up for other things, right? Like if I don't have to remember these small pieces of information, then in theory you can hone your brain on other stuff like rational thinking, compiling information. Like I know that whatever I need is just a quick search away on the portable supercomputer I carry around in my pocket.
Well, my high school had radio.
Well, certainly that's true, and but I'm looking at it even as simple mathematics. There are a lot of kids these days that can't even do simple multiplication without pulling out their phone to use the calculator.
Also, totally true.
Oh, but get this. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, but get this. There are kids who don't know how to use a regular calculator.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
There are kids who they need to add 2 numbers and they pull it out and they ask Siri because they don't even know how to use the calculator app on their phone. It's like, what do they teach in school these days? I don't know. They certainly don't teach cursive. They certainly don't teach Boolean logic and Dewey Decimal.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, book. Who needs a book? It's all right here in the palm of my hand. Yeah, there's some things that are still written that have not been carried over yet, and that hold a lot of valuable information that's not being utilized these days. The Encyclopedia Britannica is gone.
See, I feel like nowadays the goal in school is no longer like rote memorization, but more critical thinking and synthesis of ideas from various sources. I mean, especially with AI like ChatGPT out there these days, if you can't, I think the entire education system is being changed. Like what the goal of school is changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the GPT, the large language model stuff, we are just starting to maybe barely think about how that is going to change our relationship with work. I mean, think about lawyers, man. Like, GPT could put lawyers out of a job today.
Well, the thing is, can it? Because if you only allow it to reference existing material, in other words, it's just a very efficient information search, storage, and retrieval system, that's fine. The issue is when it starts information that from various sources that never existed. Like it'll take something out of case A, take something out of case B, something out of case C, and make up a case combining elements of all 3 that sound realistic.
Yeah, sure. But if GPT state of the art is not ChatGPT 3 or even ChatGPT 4. Like, I think the hallucination problem will get solved. But so much of law is based on case study, on existing, opinions and decisions. So it's a great match.
Exactly, that's my point. It's a very efficient information storage and retrieval system, and it'll certainly put a lot of people out of business, a lot of jobs, especially those that basically do what data curation and search.
Yeah. Well,
concepts that were come up, or somebody had come up with, several years ago. When did they come out with the Matrix movie? Was that the early 2000s? When they conceptualized some of this stuff, and now look at it. But at the same time, look at some of the things that came out in the sci-fi movies back in the the 50s, 60s, 70s that have come true today. So we're not very far off. Some of these rudimentary, far-fetched ideas end up becoming reality.
The Jetsons.
Oh, you guys
right, and Jane.
Look on YouTube, AT&T Vision of the Future, and count everything in there that is now reality.
Or whatever the dog's name was.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Zoom. They had FaceTime. They had all that stuff way before anything like that was real.
And those are e-commerce and augmented reality, all that. It's all reality now.
George Jetson's car would turn into a suitcase.
Okay, let's go even funnier than that. How about the shoe phone?
The what?
Yeah.
From Get Smart.
Oh, the shoe phone, yeah.
Again, stupid things that were funny that have now become sometimes a reality. The smartwatch. They had those the Dick Tracy smartwatch, and then they had back in the 80s it was Knight Rider with David Hasselhoff talking into his wrist to talk to his car.
Well, when I saw Knight Rider as a kid, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, and then I realized that there were already cars as early as the late 80s, early 90s that did just that.
Yeah, now not only does your car talk to you, but your phone talks to you and tells you that things are wrong and actually responds back to your asking questions and sometimes responses.
No, exactly. It's like every time I'm driving and someone sends me a text message and the car asks me, would you like to respond to this message? And I dictate the message to it and then ask me, do you want to send the message? It's like, yeah, it's like I'm driving KIT. It's exactly that. W6JCZ.
Yeah, and good afternoon, Mr. Randy.
Good evening.
Afternoon, Randy. Didn't know when you popped in on here, but good afternoon.
Making a phone call.
I wonder where Scott went. Let's see. John, you sent him the link to the live feed, and then he disappeared. Maybe he doesn't want to get on the radio now. Maybe he's sitting in his easy chair having a beer, watching the ball game, and listening to us on the radio.
I would like to imagine that, but for whatever reason, he couldn't make it work. It said video unavailable when he clicked on the link, so don't know.
Too many simultaneous streams? I don't know.
I don't know. It shouldn't be. I mean, it's YouTube, and it works here, so it's a big question mark.
Yeah, I sent it to a couple of my ham friends back east, and they have been listening. I just got a text message back from one of them going, "Holy crap, you sound good."
Yeah, that's the goal. Absolutely. I got to take a standby here a little bit. I got to put some food in the belly. So I'm going to go rustle up something to eat. But I'll leave the stream on. I'll be back. Won't be too long. I got stuff here. This is KN6TYF.
Enjoy the chow, John. This is W6JCZ.
That was, you're down on my noise floor. I could make somebody out, but I couldn't hear what you're saying. Anyway, John, we'll catch up with you later, and I'll be listening in here for a little bit. Actually, I'm going to run across the hallway. I was going to say the street. I'm not running across the street to go use the can. I'll be back. K5 BLS.
All right, and Jim, check your amp.
Oh, yeah, I had it on standby because I went into the settings menu to make an adjustment to the fan curve. Now I'm putting out 600 again.
Yeah, much better. All right, 7-3 for now. Be back in 20 minutes. KN6TYF.
K5 BLS, I have returned, and it narrowed up just a little bit. Now that I have something besides an SDR to listen to, I was curious what it sounded like at 3K. Now still has lots of punch. Let me see if I can roll it off here at 100. See if it takes some of the lows out of it. That's a little better. Anyway, K5 BLS. Thank you, John, for setting up the live stream here. Very interesting to listen to. And I'm out at 6K now. A lot more fidelity. K5 BLS. everybody else is. It's 4 o'clock. Figured more people will be on here by now.
Whiskey 6 Juliet Charlie Zulu is standing by.
Sorry, I got distracted here. I heard somebody pop in there. I'm not sure who that was.
This is Whiskey 6 Juliet Charlie Zulu, Jim from Woodland, standing by.
Okay, Jim. Well, hello. My name is Jeff. I'm over here in Fallon, Nevada, just outside of Reno, about 65 miles.
Roger that. Was it K5BLS, Jeff?
Roger, yep. Bravo, Lima, Sugar.
Roger that. Nice talking to you. We worked several times before on this frequency, in fact. So, yeah. I don't know. I think everyone's just getting a drink of water, getting a afternoon snack. I'm not sure. I just drank up, and I'm feeling pretty full, so I'm just sitting here browsing the web and listening to the radio.
Yeah, Roger. Well, it's, I don't know, it's around dinner time, too, at least for some folks. I generally eat a little bit later, so that's probably just me being presumptuous that other folks would be here right now.
Yeah, exactly. Dinner's not in another 2 hours, so yeah, I've got some. My afternoon is right smack dab in the middle of the afternoon right now.
Yeah, Roger. Well, I've been out for a little over a week here, and today's the first day back on the radio. I took a cruise and just decided to fire up all the gear and get back on the air and sit here, try to work off some of this shore leg thing going on where my equilibrium's still on the ship, right? So I'd probably fail a sobriety test right now if I had to drive unless they had a breathalyzer, because anytime you move, it's very exaggerated, like you feel like you're still rocking back and forth.
Yeah, I know that feel. I've been on a cruise twice, and every time I slept like a log. It's that rocking motion when you're on the ship. And yeah, after you get off the cruise for the next 2-3 days, your body is still kind of doing the compensating thing as if you're still rocking.
Yeah, and I, like you, man, I slept fantastic when the boat was moving around. So, you know, if I could find some way to replicate that in my day-to-day world, I would probably sleep 10 times better.
Yeah. You know, my sleep has generally been good these days. Like, I probably get like 6.5 hours of sleep a night, and I don't ever feel tired, but I fall asleep, and I fall asleep right away. I like it.
Yeah, even though the beds on the ship were absolutely atrociously uncomfortable, I still slept really good with the rocking.
Yeah.
Is there somebody else trying to get in there? I keep seeing a carrier pop up.
Don't look like it. I'm not seeing any carrier. But if there's anyone trying to break in, I'll leave a long tail for you. W6JCZ.
Okay, well, I guess not. In any case, speaking of beverage, I'm going to jump up real quick here and go put some more ice in my glass, and I will be right back, Jim. K5BLS.
Sounds good. Enjoy. W6JCZ.
I'm glad I went to check that, because found out that the ice maker stopped making ice because it all came out in one chunk and hit the sensor.
Well, that's not good. Better than a control board in our work fridge deciding to die overnight and letting everything melt overnight.
Yeah, sometimes the ice tray, when it dumps, it doesn't break up the cubes, so it ends up getting cockeyed in there, and it covers over the little infrared sensor, and then it quits making ice. So you end up going up there to put your glass up there, and the thing just cranks away, and you don't hear any grumbling or groaning, and you have to open up the door and push the ice tray down into the dispenser. Then it will continue to make ice, but now you're deficit, or have a deficit on ice, because it'll take 2 or 3 hours to get a couple more trays in there.
Yeah, see, that's why I always keep a couple of cold ones in the fridge for that moment. And today's already been that moment. See, I already have some adult beverages going through my system, and I certainly can't drive, I'll say that.
Yeah, but you're right. It's better than going to the fridge and finding out that it hasn't been making ice at all and that you're SOL. I had that a few weeks ago. Ended up having to go and buy a new refrigerator. I just was not going to deal with that crap anymore. So the one that we got is nicer, although I didn't expect to spend $1,000 that day, but I did, and here we are.
Yeah, see, in my case, late last month, I show up to work and there's a puddle of water, a very large puddle of water in the break room, and my first thought was some water line had leaked. And we looked all around the fridge. We thought one of the water lines going in had leaked, and then we opened up the door and we noticed that the light's on, but the panel is all dark. And yeah, it turns out something caused it to fail and everything just melted because it stopped running.
Well, yeah, the puddle of water is never good either, particularly if you've been gone for a long period of time, and I didn't even think about that. We probably should have shut the water off to the refrigerator while we were gone on vacation, since nobody was in the house. But, oh well, thankfully, nothing happened.
Yeah, see, typically when I go on vacation, when we vacate the house for an extended period of time, we turn off the gas mains, we turn off all electricity except essential appliances, and we turn off the water main, just in case, it's insurance.
Oh yeah, I wasn't going to turn off the water main because the lawn still needs water. Otherwise, here in Nevada, it's going to be dead by the time you get back.
Do you not have a separate valve for the indoor and outdoor water?
There is a valve that we can't get to because it's at the street to shut the water off to the whole property. But once that's on, the only thing I can do is shut the water off to the sprinkler system. I can't shut it off to the rest of the house and still leave the sprinkler system on.
Ah, roger that, yeah. Where the water comes into our house, we have, listen to 3. There's one with no valve, but a pressure gauge. That's for the fire sprinklers. Then there's one for the indoor water, and then there's one for the outdoor water.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm positive that the sprinkler system was put in after the house was built. It wasn't a part of the house being built. When we purchased this back in 2008, it's basically you get a house and a cement slab leading up to the garage, and the rest is on you. So it was an after-the-fact installation.
Copy that. Well, I've got some YouTube videos queued up to watch, so I'm going to sit back and break some of that playlist down. This is Whiskey 6 Juliet Charlie Zulu. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Okie doke, real good. Well, we'll catch up with you another time, and I'll be in here listening for a little bit. K5BLS, Fallon, Nevada. K5BLS. K5BLS. Well, John, if you're still listening in the background there, thanks for leaving the live stream up. That's really cool. K5BLS. guess everybody's eating dinner. I'll step out of here for a little while. K5 BLS.
Earlier this afternoon, he was calling in there. He called it, what was he calling it? Lakes on the air. So you got to give him a thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, I've heard him use that before too, and yeah, good to hear you. Yeah, whenever he's calling CQ, it usually attracts more attention. People hear Parks on the air and blah 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 on the air, Summits on the air. So anyway, just attracts more attention. So in any case, yeah, that was an opportune time to jump in, and I went, oh, SCADA control. Yeah, you gotta love it or hate it. I don't know anybody who's in between those two, but remotely operating stuff is cool when it works. I hate doing SCADA stuff because usually that ends up meaning that there's something involved with sewage systems, and no thank you.
All right, John, come on, hop in. I see you there, John.
Oh, busted. How did... Oh. Yeah, KN6EYF, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the other station, too. But anyways, Jeff, Connor, I'm going to need to get out of here. The oven's calling me, so I better go check and see if dinner's almost going to be ready here. So we'll say 7-3s from Oregon. Kilowatt 7 Echo Lima Juliet.
All right, Eric. Good to talk to you, man. We'll be around. Pass it over to John. John, what you doing?
Well, doing that lurking thing. Yeah, I think I've worked ELJ before, maybe. Is that the station with the new flex? I think he used to have a 7300 with the EQ box, if I remember.
He just signed, but John, you just pulled a total David Adam moment. You're live streaming. You can't really lurk while being live.
Yeah. I know.
So how's the new speaker?
Yeah, it's good. It's the Uniden BC20. It's a 20-watt speaker. The Anytone only puts out like 2 or 3 watts. But I had like a cheap one on Amazon before, and it worked okay, but it seemed to have worse frequency response than like my Anytone handheld. Like, the sound was just fine, and it was plenty loud, but it just didn't have any low end. And this Uniden, I think, is like a 3 or 4 inch speaker, and it sounds awesome.
Yeah. What I've been playing around with is I've got a ton of the Apex mobile speakers. I mean, you heard the audio of my radios, both hammy stuff and the public safety side, and both FM and P25. So you kind of know how they sound, and I really like them. So I built a jack box essentially for them. And because my 220 radio is, well, obviously not a Motorola, so I built a jack box with an amp on them, and I love the sound. The audio is so full and rich. Max volume, it sounds great. So yeah.
The way to do it. Yeah. I don't have that good a memory of it, but I'm sure it sounded good. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's hard to beat size, right? So a big fat speaker like this is going to sound better. The Anytone, the built-in one, it sounds okay, but it just, I don't know, it's like lacking something. But yeah, happy to have this as the base setup.
Well, each of those speakers has a different frequency response curve on it, too. And some of the Motorola speakers have options. Some of them have a little bit more low end to them. So it just depends on which one you get a hold of. And, of course, you got to keep in mind impedance, too. So, you can put it on one thing and it sounds great, and stick it on something else and it sounds like crap, and it's usually because of the impedance factor and what the amplifier will produce for you at that loading range.
Hey, you copy KN6JPC?
Frequencies in use.
Frequencies in use.
Hey, don't hear anybody.
Yeah, copy on the impedance. Yeah, this has a 8 ohm output supposedly. And yeah, that's a very good point. I don't have enough to like be able to do a good comparison, not like you two.
Sorry, I was yelling at that guy. What's going on?
But we were just talking about the speakers, how they have different impedances and different frequency responses and all this.
Oh.
Well, you know, I mean, Motorola has always done a good job at tailoring their EQ curves and their receive audio for maximum intelligibility. So, you know, you're never going to get anything to sound like a Motorola, period. I don't care what you do. You know, I have the new Bendix King stuff, and it sounds good. It's very clear, and when you turn it all the way up, it doesn't distort like the old ones. But it still just lacks punch that the Motorola's have. They focus very heavily on that mid-range audio, and they do a good job now at the DSP processing, particularly with B25. It's probably some of the most clear stuff. I am not a fan of Harris equipment, never have been, never will be, and given the choice, I'll always take the big Batwing.
Hold on. What BKR do you have?
I just got in a BKR 9000, but it's not any different than the 5000 that we just got. I just got a $1.5 million grant to update all the stuff for Nevada State Fire. So we now got rid of all the old K&G portables and the old DPHs and GPHs that we had in service, and just started using the 5000s.
Oh, I played with the 5000 at Dayton. A buddy of mine got one. I've been waiting for the 9000 to come out. I've been kind of tinkering with it. See, what we're playing with right now is, well, my radio's still booting up. The screen still says Motorola Solutions. So you probably can guess what I'm playing with right now.
Yeah, I think somebody did that at one of the programming deals when they were doing the seminars, symposium. There it is, the Harris Symposium, and they did a splash screen that was custom, and they got in trouble for it. But I thought it was hilarious.
No, I'm playing with a Next right now.
Oh, on that side. Okay, yeah. You know, some of the BLM guys have the Next. Just not so much a fan. Leave the phone a phone. I don't need a touch screen on my damn radio. But the 9000 is basically the 5000, everything you get there, but it just has more bands. That's really the only difference. But I will tell you that the ergonomic difference is a huge tactile feel difference. I like the 9000s much better.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so I was hello. So I was in the same boat about the Next. I thought it was dumb, right? How much have you played with the Next? Because 5 minutes, it's dumb. 1 week, it's dumb. 1 month, I kind of like it.
Well, I don't know how into this you are. Probably just as geeky as I am. And sorry, John. Get two public safety guys together, and here we go. So the Next, the premise of that whole thing, of course, was, trunk systems. And by the way, I'm not sure if you ever worked with John Jackson or not. He's a good friend of mine. He did a lot of work on that system out there in the Bay Area. Unfortunately, he's not with Motorola anymore. I'm really upset by that. But anyway, I digress. They, meaning Motorola, really wanted everybody to go to a centralized repository where Motorola was now responsible for doing the OTAR programming of the units, not having subscriber unit programming done by field techs anymore. They're trying to protect the integrity of everybody hacking into the trunk systems, even with LLA, and people finding ways around that. But in any case, that I think was really the whole premise of the Next, and taking that away and having a few applications different on the radio. As far as playing with it, I don't own one. I have no reason to own one here in Nevada. They have not implemented the statewide P25 system by the other company, which I'll leave nameless. And we're still waiting to see whether that'll actually work or not. Probably not. But in any case, it won't be what they promised. It never is. Ask Alaska and Pennsylvania and Florida and yeah. So anyway, to answer your question directly, I have not played with one for more than just a few minutes in hand, and really had no interest. One, because of the price tag, but two, it's way more radio than we need here in Nevada.
Gotcha. I'm assuming the other vendor you're talking about, good old Happus, wants to doing a system there.
Yeah, Hackus, yes.
Yeah, you know what I got to say about that? Simply put.
Report to rehab.
Yeah, there's that too. Anyway, go ahead, John.
Yeah, that's okay. I kind of figured. It would be that. Yeah. California is trying to build a statewide P25 system called, what is that, Chris? Right? California Regional Interoperability System, maybe? I don't know. I can't remember. Connor knows. Plus, you got all these agencies going for encryption and yada, yada, yada. I won't get into that, but it's dumb. So that's about the only intelligent input, arguably, I can give on this topic.
Bro, Chris it's going into the stage it was before, like a couple months ago.
Really? What's that?
The limbo possibly not going to happen stage.
Oh, they got some like 40 sites up already, though.
Yeah. Well, the offline conversation.
All right, copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's irrespective of that, still lots of phase 2 going around, and Big E disease is spreading rapidly. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyways,
we're looking at LLA in our 5-year, Jeff.
Yeah, that was the immediate implementation here in the state for security reasoning. I'm really kind of surprised that the system that you're working on there wasn't incorporated from the beginning. But if you're going from I guess the original phase 1, phase 2-ish, and phasing through all the different phases, then I guess that could be an issue. Having everybody to get the flash upgrades to support it and trying to do it in one big rollout is certainly an issue too, because you can't have 2 tiers of radio on the system. Otherwise, the other ones that don't have it will cease to function.
Southwest Ohio's doing LLA upgrades right now. I just spoke to my buddy, and that's what he's been working on for the past couple of weeks. And yeah, you gotta all those flash key upgrades, man.
Yeah. The MARC system, it went through the different phases, and they've been trying to uplift it for a long time, as well as try to, talk everybody else into the remote counties there in Ohio to buy into it and roll their stuff in. And I think now they've finally gotten the city of Cleveland and some of the southern suburbs that had 800 systems to join in and marry the two. I'm not sure, because they were on a WAN for a long time, and I'm not sure if the topography there has changed or not. It's been, last time I was back there to do anything like that was when I moved out here 11, 12 years ago. But, I almost took geez, there goes my cell phone for work. I'll be back. K5BLS.
All right.
7CBL, back to you, John.
Yeah. I've been actually keeping tabs on the MARC stuff a little bit, since that keeps getting trotted out for LLA and LLE. Yeah. I mean, I guess what's, from my perspective, I guess, like, LLA is not going to prevent scanning. Right? Just unauthorized IDs from forking the system, but in no way is that going to prevent scanners from hearing non-encrypted traffic.
Well, the whole goal is the non-authorized users thing. That's the whole reason behind it. We've run into that a few times. I won't get into it on the air, but yeah, that's kind of the main benefit. Is sure, if you want to get your radio on ID1 and try to affiliate, but you're just not. It's not going to happen. So it kind of prevents that from occurring.
Yeah. I mean, which probably makes sense, anyways, right? Like, this whole cloned ID thing is not good, but I still believe, like reading the story that they were talking about in the case study, like, public does have a right to access. Now, should that be taken so far as to have, like, radios that are capable of transmitting? Yeah, probably not, so...
Well, yeah, you know how I feel about that, but what was I going to say? Yeah, the big thing about LLA, other than preventing unauthorized usage, is duplicate IDs are practically impossible, which is actually a problem everybody has, including us. We find dupes all the time, and if your ID requires serial number information over the air, it's a huge win, because if you have a dupe ID, then problem solved. And I actually ran into this on last Thursday. Yeah, Thursday I ran into this. I won't get into detail, but we found a possible dupe ID, so...
Yeah. Well, LLA is like pretty similar to like how 802.1x works in the Ethernet world. I mean, it's basically identical. What would also be, I think, kind of interesting, so it can work in two forms. I'm not sure how it gets set up, but where you have the subscriber unit is authenticated by the system. The system should also be authenticated by the subscriber unit, right? Because in theory, there could be a stingray,
Sorry, one more time? That didn't quite compute.
Right. So in the IT world, when we use a link layer authentication, the user authenticates to the system. The system is authenticating the user, right? So whatever, let's just say an Ethernet switch or repeater or whatever it is, says, okay, this device has the right certificate, you're good to go. But the reverse should be true also, right? That the user should validate and verify that the system is presenting the correct keys. Otherwise, the subscriber remains vulnerable to a man-in-the-middle attack.
Yeah, that's already a thing.
Is it?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to pull up the LLA docs again. I have them. I can send them to you if you wish.
I saw one from SafeCom from the CISA, but there's another one, yeah.
This is a official one from Moto.
Alright, yeah, copy.
You really said SafeCom. You mean SAFCom?
Yeah.
Absolute. Ew.
So what you really meant was BridgeCom?
No.
BridgeCom in the public safety world, yes. Their BDAs are disgusting, man.
Well, BDAs, period, are disgusting. I know that you guys have a lot of those over there, but talk about a self-actuating air pollution device. Good God.
No, you're saying you're wrong. It's not BDA. It's BDJ, bidirectional jammer.
Well, that is absolutely a fact.
That's what I used to do before I took the current job.
So you're actually with the county there, or are you working for the state?
I'm with the county. Before I was in the private sector and I was doing BDA stuff, but a lot of my job actually consisted in turning off BDAs. They were like, "Oh, well, you're just on an annual inspection, so you just note it down on your report and then you submit the report." And I said, "No, that's not good enough." So I just inspect the system, put the analyzer on it, notice it's creating a lot of crap, and then just turn it off and put a P-touch on it.
Well, but what most of these jackasses don't realize is that any time they make any adjustments to their infrastructure, that it negatively affects the balance of the BDAs. So even if, Joe Schmo says, "Oh, geez, we got hit by lightning, I need a new antenna here," and they put up a new antenna, and it's not exactly the same one that they had before, now you've got several dBm more saturation into the donor, and now you're backfeeding into your own system. People don't realize how critical that crap is, and they end up polluting their own environment. And then the other side of that is that pisses me off so badly is a lot of these counties and cities and stuff like that, they're implementing this NFPA standard. Well, that's fine, but you can't put these things in to fix your outdated, dilapidated piece of crap system and expect everyone else to fix it for you, because then the aforementioned situation only exacerbates exponentially when something changes, and people just don't really see the big picture on those.
Amen. Well, the other problem that there is that there's a lot of systems, especially here, there's a lot of systems that haven't seen a technician for so long, and they're noisy. I found, I would say, a total of 5 systems, and they were only systems that were installed by the company I worked for. I'm not chilling here or anything, but the only ones that knew how to install the system right was us, and then the only ones who knew how to maintain the system right was us. And all these other little companies, the problem is that in the BDA world, the people who install them and typically maintain them are fire alarm companies, and the guys don't know what they're doing, and that's why there's so many problems with them. Our issue right now we have, and I can talk about this one, for San Mateo PD, we're still T-band FM wideband here, and there's this specific area, we call it Model San Mateo, because that's where there's all these new apartment high-rises and everything, and whatever. And every commercial building, it's mixed commercial and residential, all those buildings have BDAs, even the rest. And going
and narrow.
If you key up 100%, you're going to make crap splatter all over the primary, and you barely even can hear dispatch coming back or another unit because there's such a fat heterodyne. And it is so bad because you would think, okay, so it's just one area, no biggie, right? It's on the same street as the gate to pull into the PD. So literally units pass by there twice, maybe 4 times a day. We've got a lot of stuff going on here in the Bay Area that's not too good, and we see a lot of rogue carriers as well on the system side, and they're typically in the same boat here. So I don't think we need to go into this for another 40 hours. K7 CBL.
Yeah, there you go, John. There's another alternate career path for you. You can go out there and start being the BDA police.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. It's hard enough being the IT tech person. You think I'm going to explain the wizardry that is RF to normies? I don't think so.
Just spur on your own company.
There you go.
Oh, no, seriously, like, you would actually probably be one of the best people to do it. Like real talk, I know you wouldn't, but like, you have the attention to detail, and you have the knowledge of what's clean and what's dirty. You would be perfect for that. Dead serious.
I think John, more than anything, you have the patience factor to deal with those folks. I know you wouldn't want to, but you do.
Man. Yeah, I hear ya. It seems to be getting shorter these days, though. I don't know.
Sage.
W6JCZ.
It's age, John. It's age.
Yeah. Patience degeneration.
Hey, I need my grandson to fix my computer.
Get off my lawn.
That's the third time that's come up today. I have my sign now, by the way. I just turned 49 today.
Oh, is the 27th? Sorry.
Yeah, so next year, apparently, I get the stake to put in the yard, and then I can finally, set it out there and officially be the keep off my lawn guy.
John, did you just say sorry?
Well, I was doubling.
Oh, I thought you said sorry because you turned 49.
No. Actually, you're a Virgo then.
Yeah, that's what they dealt me.
Yeah, me too. My birthday's tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, John, what are we going to do for your birthday?
In there, K5B, let's go.
Now, W6JCZ, I heard someone got his Oscar Mike certificate.
That's next year.
Yeah, I mean, officially next year, but I have the forms to fill out this year.
Did you know anyone can join the AARP regardless of age?
Hey, I'm an AARP member. No, dead serious. Oh yeah, probably for Jeff. Jeff, I'm 19.
Right on. Well, you're getting into it at a great age. I wish I had pushed my knowledge envelope and gotten more serious into communications and the engineering side of stuff much sooner.
Yeah, I'm getting into it. I'm on ham radio. I'm an AARP member, etc.
So I'm assuming that maybe it was one of the same situations for you. Once I learned about commercial radio and that I could get paid to do this stuff, I was all about sign me up. And right out of high school, I went to go work for Motorola as a contracted employee out in the Motorola D.C. shop in Washington, D.C. I was living out there at the time. And I was out there doing install work on the federal agencies. That's when they were taking all the Centaurs and Mycors out to the Spectras. They had not come out with the Astro Spectra yet, but they had the Spectras. And then doing the 12 kilobit encryption stuff for White House Communications Agency and DEA, FBI, CIA folks, because they didn't have their own internal people at that time. So anyway, that's how I got started, and I showed the aptitude for being able to learn, and then they finally made me a permanent employee, and after that it was all downhill, and here we are.
Oh Jesus! You were playing with what is it called? Not SafeNet. What am I thinking? Not SmartNet. What am I thinking about? You know what I'm trying to say? The analog encryption.
Yeah, the SecureNet stuff. Yeah.
SecureNet.
What's funny is, not funny, is that the Benix King stuff, even the K&G series, they supported 12 kilobit analog encryption natively in the radio. And if you program the DES into the radio, you can use that K&G to talk to an old MX360 portable as long as it has the same encryption key.
Oh man, I was trying to do a funny and pull up the voice changer and put on my 8-bit audio voice changer, but it wasn't working.
Well, it's okay. Just throw some fuzz around some terrible audio and it'll sound the same. Go ahead, John.
Well, I don't have too much to add there. So on to Connor.
Oh no, yeah. I was trying to pull it up because I got the I got all those voice changer fun things. But yeah, you've heard. Oh my God, now you've heard SecureNet, right, John? I think I played your recording, or I had 2 radios that I showed you.
Yeah.
Well, not only did it sound bad, but the range was greatly reduced because the bit error rate was so horrific on that stuff with no forward error correction that you really had to have a good signal.
Well, yeah, because your audio was being passed through the mace before it hit the RF deck.
Yeah. So it really was pretty atrocious, and that's why a lot of those transmitters, particularly the repeaters at that particular time, were the quarter kWs, because you needed that type of signal density in order to have it work properly.
Nice inverted audio there, John. He's on my repeater doing 180-degree phase inversion.
Oh yeah. The sideband the FM that sounds like sideband.
We play around a lot. I got a repeater here, and we kind of just play around and do dumb stuff on it. Oh, there he goes. Hold on. Let me turn it up, John. Here you go, John. You have your spotlight. Go for it. Okay, come on. Yeah, he's got Modat.
Oh, nice cop sounds.
Speaking of that, I found some old Midian boards, old Midian signaling boards. There you go. In my box of crap at work, since pretty much people have been stockpiling stuff there since 1953, when they first radio position in for Nevada Division of Forestry. Anyway, I found a whole bunch of Midian boards that were brand new, and you can set them up as CCIR, DVS, or DVIL, whatever. Anyway, but they also support Modat. That was awesome. Anyway, they're like push-to-talk boards. You can do it as the pre-ID or trailing ID. But what I also found was interesting is you can use those as tone encoders. So I actually, unfortunately, I don't have an ICOM here anymore, but I had a desk mic modified for my ICOM 7300.
What was that?
Did the 2175 1950 key up tones with the 2175.
Yeah, I thought I did.
At the end.
Jeff is cool.
To emulate like a tone remote. And flip a switch, and on the other side I had it with an MDC.
Definitely, I gotta crank the volume all the way on this speaker, but at least it sounds good.
Yeah. The Modat, John's the Anytone radios. It is Modat, I guess you could say. It's audio tones to be like Modat, but yeah, it's kind of cool. I don't know. I can, actually, John, we can do a demonstration, a better demonstration.
It's actual Modat, both encode and decode, and it supports other 2-tone, 5-tone signaling systems as well.
Okay, John, go ahead and key up. I've got the portable right here, so go ahead and key up and send some Modat. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, you guys are crazy.
Oh, he's still playing with it. Yeah. We play around a lot. There's a lot of weird stuff.
Oh yeah. But it's fun. Why not resurrect that? And I think we actually tested the 2 and 5-tone IDers and alerters, where the radio listens out for the certain sequence and then alerts or opens the squelch and all this.
Yeah, I definitely keep that 2-tone on, John. That's why you should keep yours on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to turn it back on.
Yeah, because I've got it set up for a quick call alert on the portable and on the base.
Nice one, Jeff.
Imagine being that guy at field day.
Mary 4, go see the man about the man.
Mary 4. A 904.
Oh, I think we double. What did Jeff do?
I just gave the bogus dispatch about going to see the man.
See, okay, now I got one. Let's see, Jeff, are you ready to get thrown for a loop of what's that radio sound?
Okay, I like these.
All right. What manufacturer is this from?
Oh, Christ. Was that Nextel?
No, I can do it again. Hold on. Let me ID so I don't, piss off the other people on the repeater. Hold on. Oh, now my... the only channel I had programmed in there, and two guys start talking right as I keyed up. I'll do it again. Hold on. K7 CBL testing.
Yeah, all I can hear is the go-ahead tone, like the old Nextel phones and the Smur radios.
Oh, that was the goal. Yeah. That's a EFJ VP600.
NXTHELL. Because it didn't matter what type of audio device you had within 20 feet of that thing. If somebody keyed up on Nextel, you would hear the impulse noise from the transmitter.
Oh, I think we doubled.
Yeah, I remember how loud those IDEN phones were. Holy smokes.
It created audio within 10 feet.
I remember those Nextel. Back when I was in elementary school, all the teachers had those Nextel phones, and they would talk to other classrooms with the walkie-talkie and would make those sounds every time they keyed up.
Man, you went to a Richie Rich school if they had those.
Yeah. I think that was a perfect double.
That's all right. We haven't been exactly taking turns here since we went into Ultra Geek radio mode. K5BLS.
W6JCZ.
KN6TYM.
KF7QNI.
Hey, Ray.
I'm just enjoying the conversation.
What's happening, Ray? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Well, I don't know. Just, hanging around here and there, just listening to a good conversation. You guys are pretty funny. What about NextEdge? You guys know anything about that?
Well, it's basically TDMA, a derivative of P25, the NextEdge stuff. Kenwood came out with that, let me think, was it 2008? 2007? Something like that. Anyway, they came out with that as the first, or the alternative to, we'll put it that way, the alternative to Motorola and the Moto Turbo. It was the Kenwood version of TDMA, so you have a 12.5 kilohertz channel envelope that you can split into two and have two conversations simultaneously. But it's still incorporating the DVSI vocoder that everything else that is digital still uses, including ICOM's Death Star, which is the oldest format of digital encoding. But anyway, so yeah, that's basically it. It's just a different proprietary version of TDMA trunking conventional audio.
Okay, well said. All right, that's nice detailed info there. Good to know. Are you guys messing around on a 900 repeater or what? What kind of repeater are you on?
It was a UHF repeater.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was on Simplex with my old Astro Saber radio from circa 1996.
Yeah, I'm running an old Yaesu here until I find an SDR radio that I want, and the prices are coming down. So, John, what do you think of those Hermes?
Yeah, that's what I told you. Like, you better get one while you can.
I love it.
So you could probably only get those online, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can only get it online, and they usually only make one batch a year. This year, they sold out of the batch, and they couldn't find any more parts to make them, and they just got another batch, supposedly will be arriving soon. So if you order now, you'll get it October.
I'm back.
Well, that's not too far away then.
Yeah, for $400, you can't beat it.
No, I know.
Gives you time to plan for your intermediate PA and audio setup.
Talking about the Hermes?
Roger. I am.
That's what's nice about ham radio. There's a lot of, different, everybody runs something different,
I'm in process.
Well, John, why do you want to play with the Hermes
I'm in
specifically?
process
Just a question.
of finishing the build on one of the 4-watt to 50-watt amplifiers made by one of the domestic kit companies here, the Hard Rock 50, and I also just received the Ukrainian ready to go out of the box 4 to 50-watt amplifier for that, just because I figured I'd get both of them, see which one I liked, worked better, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and that's what I plan to use to drive my bigger amps.
Connor, to answer your question, I've done so much work on them, and I want hands-on for a little bit. That's it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I pulled it out, so it's sitting here. If I gotta I'm gonna give you a different power cable though, because I don't want to unwrap my power cable and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. Just I don't know if you bought a pack of those barrels, but you can just give me that. I can just make one. Because I'll put Andersons on it. I might even have one that I can steal. Do you remember that step attenuator? The eBay one with a whole bunch of switches? It's the biggest steaming pile of crap I've ever seen.
Yep.
The one I gave you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I told you it was crap when I gave it to you. I have a pile of the barrels, and I have a few with the Andersons, but if you've got... Do you just want me to give... How long of a pigtail do you need? Because mine are only like 3 inches long.
No. I need... it would have to be more than that, so just give me a barrel.
Okay, alright. Yeah, that step attenuator, man, I don't know. I don't even know what's wrong with it. I don't know how far you've dug into it, but yeah, that really aggravated me, because I really wanted that thing to work for direction finding because of the size of it. It's perfect amount on the boom of my Yagi, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it just doesn't work. I mean, it's just crap.
Is it like a decade box, or what is this?
RDF, I would suggest an offset attenuator over a step attenuator, W6JCZ.
Yeah, it's a decade box, so there's just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 switches, 20, 20, 20, 10, 6, 3, 2, 1 dB, and I was measuring it on the VNA, and 1 or 2 switches by themselves work okay, but if you stack in more than 20 dB of attenuation, it just all falls apart. And I was sweeping it on the VNA, and it just looks like junk.
Are the tolerance of the resistors being used too high?
Yeah. Well, that, and then just however it's constructed. I don't really. I mean, they're all wired together, so.
No, I mean, the ones that I've seen for RF attenuation, ordinarily, it's just parallel resistor values that go to ground, usually to the case of the unit. And as you flip them in, of course, it creates the resistance in series.
Here, I'll send you a picture.
Well, John, I think I have 2 of them that I might be getting here. That legit. I mean, they got end connectors. Or one of them has BNC, the other one has end connectors on them. The circular ones.
Yeah. I'll take the BNC one if it's up for grabs.
Yeah. I'll probably keep the end connector one since that's kind of what. I mean, I want the BNC one, but yeah, we'll figure it out. I can use the end connector one and then just put adapters on it. It's more versatile that way.
Yeah. You got a rotary one?
Yeah, proper one from. I don't think it's Telewave. It might be Telewave.
Is that a metal box, John?
Go again.
Is it a metal box?
It is a metal box.
Cardboard.
All right, it looked like it said homogenized on it, so I wasn't sure.
Homogenized? Yeah, it's metal.
It's cardboard.
Okay, all right, just checking. I don't know. You might check the. Well, certainly the resistance values, double check them against whatever build schematic, if there's one available, and then check out the grounding that's in the box as well to see how well it's actually shielded.
U6JCZ?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It doesn't look to be particularly well done. Like, there's no solder in the seams either. Like, normally when I make up a box like this, I solder the seams so nothing leaks through there. And it just adds more resistance on the common line. And, it might work okay on receive, but I was trying to sweep it on the VNA, and I don't know. It just... Maybe I don't understand how it's supposed to work or something.
Hey, John.
What?
Shoot Jeff my contact card.
Alright.
Didn't you guys I don't know, you guys. Didn't somebody just post a position for telecommunications worker out there in the Bay Area? I thought I saw a job opening come up out there recently that required a lot of stuff with trunking and such.
Possibly my county. We just got an opening.
Okay, yeah. I thought I'd seen something. I've been keeping my eye open. Not exactly favorable conditions where I'm at. Only from the management support side, because I'm the manager for the entire state fire system. Currently, we've got 36 mountaintop repeaters scattered between 2 states, 6 base stations that do poor man's voting. All of those repeaters run on the state microwave as backhaul through T1. And I'm looking to try to switch those out to DFSI. So I wanted to do it this year, but they won't let me hire anybody, and I'm having to be a one-man army, so that's part of the support issue I'm having. In any case, 4 dispatch centers and 600 mobiles portables, plus the $1.5 million grant that I received this year to switch out all the mobiles and portables, and then to try to manage 4 different vendors to do installation work and PM work on all these vehicles, and switch out all the old stuff and make sure that they're installed to the same standard. It's been a real pain in the ass. Anyway, so I've been looking for something else, someplace else, preferably back east, but anyway. The other thing I was going to mention too is that you had brought up something about the CRIS system, and those guys at Cal OES have been the biggest damn jokers that I've ever had to deal with in terms of frequency coordination. They've been trying to get me to sign off on a letter of concurrence for 2 locations within the state, and they keep picking my input frequencies where they want to put 100-watt transmitters up on these very remote mountaintops, and they seem to think that 100 watts on VHF won't travel more than a few miles and shouldn't interfere with anything that I have 150 miles away. Are you kidding me?
Well, the Chris project, I had John send you my contact card, but it's going. If you're following it, you kind of know the stages it's been through in its life cycle, so it's starting to go into another low. But was the position you saw? Do you remember? Was it like a Technician 2 level position?
I seem to think it was something along those lines, but yeah. Again, I've looked at a lot of them. We talked about the mark system. The state of Ohio has 2 or 3 positions open, and only one of which I would be considering because it's a level 3 where you're actually the supervisor again. It's making reasonable living, sustainable wage. But I've got to get through the extra test so that I can use the information there to get the GROL, because they require that as a mandate before they will hire you.
Yeah, if it was a Tech 2 position, it's probably us. We just promoted internally. For the GROL, it's a lot. I have my GROL. It's basically the general pool from. That's what I'll say. It's basically the general pool, and then depending on what extra elements you want to do, there's other stuff like radar.
Yeah, that's one of the things that they required because they're having you work on calibrating the radar, which is completely different when you're talking about moving radar versus airplane radar. But they still require it, even though the FCC says to work on all the LMR stuff that you don't have to have the GROL anymore. They're still making it a requirement, which is making it more difficult for themselves to try to find qualified people. So anyway, the thing that I like about the state of Ohio is, though, that they put you in the patrolman's union. So your pay and your retirement are much different than everybody else's.
See, John, am I splattering, or what's that?
No, you're stronger than you've been ever, except maybe yesterday. And yeah, you're splattering just a little bit.
Okay, hold on. So we're doing the RF out is set to 10. We'll crank that back to 8. How's this? Is this looking better?
Affirm.
Okay, yeah. So we went from 10, which was getting us consistently like 900, down to 8, which is getting us like 850 consistently.
Yeah, that amp is interesting. It has quite a lot of gain on 40 and 80.
Yeah. I mean, so just for grins and gigs here. So 5 right now. It's actually kind of nice. So 5 is 500. I know that. So that's 5 right there. That's 500. And then 9. That's 9 there, which is just getting up to 1K. It's like 930. But 8 is kind of what I've been running at. Just because why not?
Set her on 20 for a minute.
Put it at 20 watts. Okay. I believe, Jeff, you were asking what amp it was. It's a Mercury 3S. But, John, do you want 20 watts of drive there? Okay, hold on a second. And there is 20 watts of drive, 1 kW out. Kilo 7 Charlie Bravo Lima.
Yeah, so try 15.
Don't forget Ray was in there.
All right, there's 15. Kilo 7 Charlie Bravo Lima.
It's actually cleaner right there.
Yeah, I think so. And sorry, Ray, we're yakking. Pick it up.
Oh, no, I'm just listening. It's kind of cool, but the Mercury amps, I've heard a lot of them be kind of dirty, and I think you just figured it out that they like to be ran hard. They like to be ran hard just by listening to that conversation right there.
Oh, so it's actually cleaner where it's at right now at 15 watts than it was when I was running it at like 8 watts drive?
Yeah. And what is the radio?
Flex 6400.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm on right now, too.
John, would you like me to give you a longer over to measure there?
Sure.
All right, Kilo 7, Charlie, Bravo, Lima, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kilo 7, Charlie, Bravo, Lima.
Yeah, it's actually cleaner there somehow. I mean, the inner mud is stronger here, but it's cleaner, like DBC, which is what matters.
It'd be really cool if the Flex had pure signal.
Yeah, sure would.
So John, you're on the Anon, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that thing, man. You have that thing figured out. You know, if I could find one of those things dirt cheap, I'm just going to snag a file from you.
Yo, that's what the Hermes is. It's a baby Anon.
Yeah, Greg's down there sounds really good. When he got that thing working good and got an amp that worked with it, oh man, it really works good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And the software stays stable. I can't believe how nice the receiver is on that, Ray. Wait till you hear it. Oh my God.
Yeah, $400, I mean, or whatever it is, that's pretty good. It's a lot better than this old radio. This radio's so damn narrow.
Not even talking about width. Just wait till you hear the receive filtering and how clear you can hear stuff down into the noise that you've never been able to hear before. And I'm talking on a Flex, which everybody goes, oh, the Flex, and it's a good radio. But that Hermes and the Anon, the software and the filtering that they do on that is so much better.
Really? Yeah. See, now that's why I'm holding out. I don't want to waste money on just a bunch of junk. I already got enough of that, and so, in fact, I need to off a lot of this stuff, and so I'm just listening to guys like you and like John especially. I mean, when he told me about all these, you know, the Anon, how non-turnkey it is. So when you buy it, you got to like do all this programming and do all this crap, and it's like, I thought, well, gee, man, what a POS, you know? It's like, yeah, for that kind of money, it should just be turnkey a little bit. I mean, I can understand settings and everything and your profile and all that, but man, for all that money, it should be turnkey, right?
I don't know. That if you want turnkey, get the Flex. The Hermes and the Anon, it's not really turnkey. I mean, heck, the Hermes, you have to build it yourself. Kind of. You know, you got to assemble it into the case and put boards in. It's not hard, but it teaches you a lot.
Oh, well, John, well, anyway, yeah, I have no problem with the hardware side, you know. I mean, probably a little bit with, you know, maybe, I don't know. I'd have to spend time on it and get familiar with it.
Yeah, I get it. But it's seriously, like, $400, when I say it's a baby Anon, it's using the same software. You would learn all the same stuff that you would if you got an Anon. Plus, I think the Hermes has been a little bit more reliable long term. Your window is not long. Like, they will run out of parts eventually, and after that, it's going to be over.
It is fun to build.
Oh, I love building hardware. It's not a problem for me.
I'm saying it's actually kind of fun to build. I don't know. I kind of had a fun time building it. Like, it was only like a half an hour, if that, but yeah, it was kind of fun to build. And then turn it on, and it's both a network device and a radio. Oh, man.
Yep.
That is cool.
Yeah, so I think, John, what you and I need to do is I think we need to plan another weekend and take that thing out, and then I'll just give it to you before we leave. Of course, I'll bring the RTG kit.
Yeah. That would be good. You know, I probably need to do it soon, but I've been thinking about getting that X6100 little 5 or 10 watt QRP Chinese radio.
I mean, it's like cool, I know, but if you really want a good radio, the G90, bro, you can't go wrong.
Well, I know, but the 6100 has built-in batteries.
That's weak sauce, bro. Just get the little 4 amp hour LifePo that I have, and then there you go. G90, 4 amp hour, or 10 amp hour because they're so light.
John, so you need a 705 W6JCZ.
Yeah, a 705, it's basically a 705, but I think what makes it a little different is that it's rootable, it runs Linux, so you could get very deep in if you wanted. If you wanted to run digital modes on the radio, you could do that, and I think that's pretty unique capability. I don't really care for something for this application that has an external battery, because this would be more of like an HF walkie-talkie, if you will, right? If it's like disaster preparedness or whatever, and I have to operate portable, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
well,
see,
that's perfect for that. And I got the antenna for you.
That popped in my mind was the 6100. It's got a built-in microphone. It's got a PTT on the side.
Yeah. What was that, Connor?
Oh, I said then, yeah, if you want it to be like a HT, then it's perfect for you. And in fact, 10 meters, I have a whip. It's a Chinesium whip, but it's supposed to be for CB, but you can collapse the top section, and it's great on 10-meter F. Oh, you saw it, the stainless steel whip, the stupidly long one that I had in that bag with the Go box. That is, you saw that thing, right?
Yeah. Yep. So they're on sale now, and I know George got one recently, so I'm very tempted.
I mean, or just get a Windows tablet and use the Hermes.
I think those are two words that should never go together.
What, Windows and tablet, or Windows tablet and Hermes?
No, Windows and tablet. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I wanted to make you throw up a little bit.
I'm having PTSD to convertible laptops.
Oh, no.
You know what I never get about convertible laptops? If you run it in tablet mode and you set it down, isn't the keyboard just scraping against whatever you put the thing on?
Yep.
My Surface Pro runs the Hermes in the software, but it really puts a hurting on the battery.
Yeah. Actually, the Surface I would do maybe. I used to have a Surface Book, which was convertible, but not in the way you think, right? On the Surface Book, the screen actually detaches from the keyboard. Like, it's like a regular laptop, but the screen comes off, and that was brilliant. I can't believe they got rid of it.
I mean, that's the only way you should roll a tablet. If the keyboard does not detach from the screen, then it's not a true tablet. It's just a laptop with a broken hinge.
Yeah. So after Microsoft killed off the Surface Book, I went over to a 13-inch iPad Pro as my daily driver laptop, and it's been awesome.
I'll be back in a few. I gotta go use the bathroom and check on the status of dinner. K7CBL.
HDMI and all the USB ports. And I only really use that for Zoom nowadays. I barely use it for anything else.
Hey, John?
Yeah, what's up, Ray?
Hey, yeah, I'll look at that link here in a little bit. By the way, thanks. All of your links are pretty good and very informational. But you were saying that Apple came out with a new, I think it was a pad, right? That has actual ports now.
Yeah. So you should click on that link, because that link is a live stream of my station. You can hear yourself. You can hear everyone else. You can see what I see. So give that a look. The iPads, recent generation iPads have USB-C on it, and they don't have a lot. It only has one, but it's true USB-C. So if you want to plug in a USB-C hub and then plug in a keyboard and hard drive and a screen, you can do all that.
Oh yeah, so like it's basically like a high performance USB port, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, they're really making stuff nowadays much better. I mean, I'm liking Apple products much more. I really kind of wasn't a fan a long time ago because, they made you get like all this. You had to buy all this stuff, right? And so I don't like nickel and dimer companies like that.
Yeah, see, that's still kind of true, but it's also kind of worth it because their chips are really good. The performance is great. It's hard to it's hard to look at alternatives because they're just not as good.
No, I hear you. No, I mean, and they're getting nothing but better. I mean, their products are getting way better.
Absolutely. I mean, the MacBooks these days, like a MacBook Pro running Apple Silicon, holy smokes, man. They're beautiful. They're beautifully built. The processors last forever. The battery life is amazing. I just wish it could run Windows as crazy as that sounds. So much of the work I do is tied to Windows, so.
Well, yeah, can't you just get the emulator like Wine or something?
Well, kind of. So if you get Parallels, it can work, but it wasn't that way right away because it was a brand new architecture. They went from x86 over to ARM chips, so there was a whole migration that had to happen.
Yeah, you're more up on that than I am for sure. I haven't been keeping up on the hardware, but so I would just remote to a Windows box and just do that.
Yeah, that's the easy way to do it.
I mean, you probably don't get all the cool hardware power like you would with Apple, but you just remote to something, whatever, and it's easy, right? I mean, I remember setting up an old Raspberry Pi in a company, and I remoted into that, and I got into everything. You know what I mean? Once you're inside the network, right?
What if you need to work with real hardware?
Yeah, what was that, Jeff?
Have you looked at the price of the Hermes now?
Maybe like a week ago.
Yeah, $450 now with the cheap shipping.
Oh man, really? It's gone up, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit disappointing.
But what was it, 400?
No, it was like 380 shipped, and now it's almost 450.
That's not what I see here.
No, I'm on MakerFabs.com and have all 3 parts in my cart.
So my subtotal is $338.60 plus shipping, which is $29.
No, mine's showing $391.30 with $57.12 in shipping.
Can you read off the unit prices for each item real quick?
Yeah, $269 for the board, $52.70 for the filter, and $16.90 for the enclosure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have here. $269, $52.70, $16.90. That's $338.60. So where's the discrepancy?
It's showing $391.30 for the total, and then DHL is $57.12, bringing it to $448.42.
Is there any tax?
No.
I wonder if the URLs are the same that you guys are using.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me send you a screenshot.
BS.com.
What was that, John?
I'll send you a screenshot real quick, Jeff, because I don't understand. Those numbers don't add up.
Yeah, I just wanted to check and see how much they were compared to what I paid.
Yeah, copy. I'm still seeing $387 with the expensive shipping here, and about $20 less than that with the cheap one.
Interesting. Okay.
Do you have quantity 2 on anything?
Oh, yes, actually I do. Yes, the filter board. You're right.
Aha.
Okay, that's the easy one. I was like, wait, really? They put the price up? That sucks.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, okay. 338.60. Yeah,
one right into the beginning of the year.
Good catch. I did not see that.
Gosh, I wonder how much profit they're making off of those things.
Yeah, Craig. They'll be delivered October.
Oh, because I got an email saying they'll be delivered January, but I haven't checked for a more recent one. Because mine's back ordered until I thought it was January.
No, you're reading the dates wrong. So it's 1/10/2023. That's October.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, okay.
John, you're so reliably right.
Well, in this market, it could very well be January. That wouldn't be that surprising, you know?
You guys all know about the delay over the FPGA used in the Anons, right?
Well, I don't know that I would call it a delay. Like, there was no supply constraint.
Well, supposedly Intel quotes a 28-month lead time on one of the Cyclone FPGAs they produce, and that happens to be the one used in the Apache Labs Anon units, which is why it's been pulled off of our catalog.
No, they're not using Cyclones anymore, so they're using Xilinx now.
Wow, 40 over.
So all Atera Cyclone 3, 4, and 5 base radios from Anon are discontinued, and they've been replaced with the G2 using a Xilinx with an embedded Pi 4 compute module.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this is news to me. So, it would be nice if they start producing them again, because people ask me about it all the time. Do you carry the Anon? No, we not at this moment. Do you carry the Flex? No, we don't.
Well, that would be a nice thing, like carrying the Anons. You know, that's fraught with potential issues given their situation. We'll just say that. But you know, does Flex have distributors? Because I feel like that would be a pretty nice thing if you could walk in somewhere and see them.
They don't. I know Gigaparts sells their amplifiers and tuners, but as far as the transceivers go, they only sell through themselves. They don't sell through distributors or dealers.
Yeah, interesting. That's, I mean, it's their company, their strategy, but I wish they would change that.
And I mean, there's plenty of people that wish we had an Anon on display, because we have an SDR play, we have the scope going on the computer monitor all the time, and they're asking, oh, is that an SDR? And I say, yeah, but it's just a receiver. And then those who know about the Flex or Anon go, man, I wish you had one of those on here for display. I'd love to listen to one.
Well, I mean, you guys could buy a Hermes Lite too for the store. It's an open source product. Schematics are widely available. You could even have them manufactured up. You know, there could be branded Hermes Lite 2s.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, we are selling pan adapter boards, but that's nothing like a real SDR transceiver all in one unit. So yeah, I might go ahead and get one of those Hermes, just play with it and go real wide. But yeah, people have been talking about those. I've been kind of hearing about it, and 10 watts of drive into this amp could put out like 200 watts.
Yep.
Quick question.
Yep.
Where are you guys located?
Pretty much all over California. Here is Kilo November 6 Tango Yankee Fox in Oakland.
QSL, how close to the water are you?
Well, I don't know, maybe 7 miles, 6-7 miles.
Copy. Just an absolute bodacious signal up here to Hope Valley, just south of Lake Tahoe. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. W7 Alpha Sierra Yankee.
Yeah, you bet. And you're 5 and 8 here at the local station.
And you still sound good here in Fallon, K5 BLS.
Yeah, Gary, you came up quite a bit since this morning. Anyway, you're about S9, really nice.
Hello, BLS.
No, this is Q&I.
Hello. See, you never know who you run into out here.
Yep, you just never know who's listening either.
Yeah, such is the allure of HF. Well, guys, I'm going to go downstairs and grab some dinner. If you guys are still on, I'll be on later around maybe 7 o'clock p.m. This is Whiskey 6 Juliet Charlie Zulu.
All right, 7-3.
Hey, John, on my order status, it says currently we're sorry, we currently have no way to estimate when your Hermes Light will ship. If this is not acceptable, please put in for a refund. That's what it says right now on my order.
Yeah, so they had an update on the 17th, which says they finally got shipping confirmation from the vendor on the AD9866. That's the mixed signal front end. So the components should be arriving in 2 to 3 weeks, and they expect to ship them before October 1st.
Okay, cool. I must have missed that email. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Your YouTube is pretty cool, John.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear yourself?
Well, yeah, I don't want to cause any feedback, but are you on the right frequency? Oh, I guess you are. I'm just looking at something. I'm looking at the waterfall. There it goes. A little bit of delay.
There is a little bit of delay, but I've tried to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah, it's not like, like the delay in, the delay in San Francisco or Half Moon Bay, that's minimal. I mean, that's a great connection down there.
Yeah, but the fidelity's not the same.
Oh, I know. So I'll just do a recording with this. This radio doesn't sound very good anyway. I mean, a headset with, this old radio. If I get a nicer radio and run this headset, I'm sure it'd be a lot better.
Is that BLS?
No, this is KF7QNI Ray up here in Medford, Oregon.
Oh, hi, Ray. We've talked. W7ASY.
Oh, yeah. That's cool, John. I dig it.
I don't know why. I could not get PayPal to load properly today. I'm trying to buy another one of these things. Just because we're talking about it reminded me to get a spare radio.
What operating system are you running?
It popped up on 224.
Yeah.
Wow.
F9 a bleed over up here in Hope Valley.
Well, what you do is you crank up your stuff and bleed on them. Oh yeah, just throw everything off and yeah, I can mistune this amp and really get nasty.
Just go wider, man.
6K. Power up to, let's see, 1500. So there we go.
Oh, John, you turned into absolute crap. Wow, you're covering like 20K, man. I mean, according to Half Moon Bay. I would say the band is like within 500 miles, it sounds like, because you guys are killing me up here. You're 20 over plus. I don't know. I haven't even looked. And John knows all of his stuff. He has control. I've heard him do the most bizarre sounds with that damn radio. No, when you were
pictures in the
when you were
waterfall
doing all
were
that
still the
ASCII
coolest.
stuff or whatever, you were writing. On the waterfall there, and it's like, wow, man, that's very cool. I forgot how you did that. You explained it. It's pretty cut and dry and pretty easy if you have your equipment. Yeah, see, now you tightened it back up again, so it's all nice and tidy-whitey there. It's like masking tape.
Yeah, I'm here, K7CBL. One what? Yeah, 120. 240 soon, bro. This weekend was supposed to be, I was planning to do, so you know how my network comes into the room? Yeah, so I was planning on putting one of those whatchamacallits, you know, those little plates that have the brushes or the fingers on them for cable pass-through. Well, I was going to put one of those up and pull another Ethernet run and put everything in a raceway, and then move the router in here and do all that fun stuff, but just didn't get around to it. So maybe next weekend, and then we'll see if we can do a 240. It'll take a little bit.
W7QNI.
W7ASY.
K5BLS.
CBL.
Wow, somebody did a wild, weird thing up above us there.
Thanks, John.
Don't make me start, John.
It was like that when I got here.
Came for the conversation, got the...
I loved all the Martian landings you were doing, man. I mean, I don't know what you were doing. It sounded like you were having, way too much fun. Yeah, I will. I gotta boot this old boat anchor and throw it away. So it does have an IF out, I can do that, and SVR play and all that crap. I set that up for a couple of guys, and it works really good. You know what I really liked was the old soft rocks back in the day. Those had serious capability. Well, processors, I mean, I want to get the newer grade processors like they're coming out, right? I'm going to do the same thing with my, I'll probably just get a tablet or something. Get rid of all these laptops and stuff. But, yeah, I just like to hold out and go for the next good, step in upgrades and chips and things like that. And that's what's happening here soon. But this radio? Basically, I fixed the guy's computer for it, and he just gave it to me. But, I needed alignment, so I gave it a really good alignment. Oh, probably about 6 or 7 years ago. Oh yeah, I mean this is this is really good old school hardware. The finals are it's a 200 watt radio. It's a 24 volt final. I mean it's really actually an okay radio. It's just if I hook up the desk mic to it, it'll sound nice and fat. It won't sound so dry like it does now. I mean it's okay, but it is what it is. It's old analog. Well, I try to do the best I can to compete with you guys. I mean, you guys got this insane hardware, and I mean, it's all about tuning the amp. Okay, the amp is, it's just an old SB220, man, and cleaned up very well. Okay, and tuned right?
Sorry, what? I was doing something else. You alright?
Yeah, okay, how do I look on the pan adapter? Go ahead, 1, 2, 3.
A little bit of whiskers off to the left and right, but yeah. Yeah.
That's an old POS, Yeah, it's a 1990s Cadillac. I mean, it blows smoke. It has the TV antenna on top, right? It's an old Steely Dan song. I'm a lot older than you guys. I'm at least
now running their mouth.
No, it's just like I've seen all these radios go through, and like the Anon. I think the Anon should have. John, does the Anon have really good remote software for it? So you can't do that. Yeah, I've remoted into a Flex before, and just to kind of look around. A guy up north and up in Portland, he let me get into that thing one time, and oh man, his router, his whole network was wide open. I mean, it was like not cool, but anyway, he didn't care. He wasn't a security guy. That would be cool. Yeah. I got offered that from a guy down in Arizona, and he said, oh, yeah, man, if you ever want to get into it, he sent me a link years ago, but I just, I don't know. I don't want to get into other people's stuff.
I'm looking to try to do that someplace back east. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So, John, have you ever talked to the guy that me and Russ talked to? Sorry, I'm in the kitchen. There's echo, so I apologize. Anyway, but K9RM, if you guys look that guy up, he's in Indiana. He has a massive 40-meter Yagi that it's all wire, but it's, 22 elements. And so he gets all kinds of gain. And so that guy, he can rent his radio out. I mean, seriously, with that antenna, I mean, he can probably listen to himself. Right. He's out there at night. Well, he has 6 acres, okay, and so he can do that with massive trees, and so he just strung that thing up in the trees, and yeah, this thing is getting some spikes a little bit, but I think that's just the SDR down there. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, he's always 20 to 30 or whatever over, every time I talk to him. And then he runs legal limit on it. Yeah, legal limit on, I don't know how many dB that thing is. I forgot. He mentioned it, and it's super high. I don't know. Anyway, but, 1,500 watts. Oh, huh.
Yeah. What's that, John? All right, go ahead and talk, John.
like the AGC or something? And you just crank it way down. So like the one in Half Moon Bay, you can turn it on manual and then slide it almost all the way down, and it'll be nice. Oh yeah, the signal to noise ratio is way better.
I need to get that script working, John. I got a bunch.
Going, and it's like he'll come up with some weird, crazy crap, man. Yeah. Entertaining, John. You know, they need to get video incorporated with HF somehow, besides just slow scan, right? Something better. Yeah, I mean, 4K, man. I mean, let's just hammer let's take up, half a megahertz. Oh, man, you got to do it on, like this band.
Rebanding!
Well, I mean, if you look at like 8 megahertz on up, nobody's using that crap. I mean, not really, I guess. Well, there might be some commercial stuff, I guess. Yeah, what's up with that? You're serious? Well, yeah, trading is very critical down to the millisecond, actually. It's everything, the way things work nowadays. And, yeah, I can believe that. But so they ought to just use 10 megahertz. That's pretty reliable all the time, right? Well, if it's all digital transmissions, it's just a bunch of data, a bunch of gobbledygook that you can't understand, right? Until you have something on the other end that can understand it, right? Or just hack it, maybe, I don't know. And so that's another thing, is you're making it vulnerable if you throw it out in the air. I don't know. I would just run dark fiber. Well, so like, let's say if you just ping the, something on the East Coast, New York Stock Exchange, maybe some website for that's actually located on the East Coast, and you ping it all the way from here. I mean, really, seriously, it's like that's too 10, 20 milliseconds is too long. Oh, I believe it.
Until the UI that they build to support that actually is slower. Where are you, 3?
For me on sidebands. Jeez, oh man, John, can you slow it down a little?
Well, that's the problem with Vox.
All right, 380.04 US dollars to Maker Fabs has been completed. So there we go. Because you never know when they're going to dry up and become unobtainium. Well, I have 2 flexes. Might as well have 2 of these. This is true. Do I want another what?
You bought another Hermes?
Yeah. I'll stick it on the shelf. That way, if I have problems with one, I can always switch to the other.
There you go.
You know, spare part swapping is always the fastest way to get back up and going.
Yeah, Swaptronics.
Hey, that's what I did for the FAA. That was a great job. Let somebody else repair it. All I had to do was be the monkey with the screwdriver.
Exactly. Hey, John.
That was a fantastic job until Hackus took over.
What'd you call him?
Hackus.
Oh, Jesus.
Designed or done anything on their own. They've always acquired another company that has built up and done all the R&D. You know, just like when they took over the MACOM Tyco stuff from GE, the original, GE. Any of the MACOM trunking stuff, Hackus never did anything except just continue to put out products with the same crap in them.
Okay, message me. You should have my number. I'll send you something funny.
Roger.
Send it to you too, John.
You know what's interesting, John, I found out by accident, is I was able to text my email. No, I did it both ways, no problem. You know, at least with email it's that way. Anyway, it's kind of funny. Yeah, you used to have to pay a service for that.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'll let the old geezers chat it up.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I work for the county up here, and they go, is it possible to send my text and email? And I said, well, I don't know. Let's try it. It didn't work. So, and then I looked it up, and it's like, oh, there's a company that charges money for it. Yeah, but now it auto looks that up for you, so you don't have to
MMS
screw with it.
Gateway search on Google, and you should be able to find a calculator or whatever for it. No, you put in the phone number and it gives you the MMS and the SMS gateway. Yes, I called a list of items a calculator. Well, you know, my oven's actually technically a dishwasher. Alright. Alright, Jeff, you ready for this one?
Whoa, no mom jokes.
Well, now they got washer and dryer all in one unit now.
Alright, Jeff, you go ahead and enjoy those.
Yeah, see, hack. Hackis.
I know, but mine's better. The second one is slow backwards. Because it's fast forward. Okay, so John, I don't know if you know, but the original of what I just sent you, it's L3 Harris fast forwards, I think. Yeah, fast forward. And then you see what I sent you. That took too long to make, real talk. Like, I had to find a legit font for it.
Are you all you guys
I mean,
in the Bay
I've got
Area?
a Prick 152 here, so I'm a happist consumer.
Yeah, what was that, Ray?
I'm just curious, are all you guys in the Bay Area?
No, I'm over in Fallon, Nevada, so I'm about 65 miles east of Reno.
Unfortunately, I'm in the Bay Area.
And you're Connor, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, good signal up here to Medford, Oregon. Yeah, you sound great.
Just over here. Oh, John, I gotta take that. Well, I guess Jeff too. I gotta take that first one I sent you guys and make that into a waterfall pic. Well, you know. I don't have a way to make waterfall pics right now. Oh, I got you. Hold on. Oh, good job.
Yeah, that's what happens. You're a beta tester.
Ooh, my used Behringer Mic 300 has shipped from Guitar Center.
Ooh?
It's a used mic preamp that I'm going to use with this cheap microphone that I got. That sounds almost like an SM7B, but for the exact items, but of the price. And see how cheaply I can put together some amazing audio on the Hermes for on the cheap.
What microphone is it?
Hang on, I'll have to get the name for you because it's some obscure thing. It's a weird sounding name. Let me see if I can look it up here quickly. It is a Fiduce SL40, FDUCE.
Douche. Skadoosh.
And F Deuce.
Hey, Adam Henry.
Yeah, anyhow, they sound amazing. Ask John. He's heard it. It really does sound freaking good for a $60 microphone. And the problem, I ended up getting the one that has the USB output on it, and it works. However, it does not have enough gain through Windows to really use it properly unless you want to sit there and chew on the foam windscreen, which I don't. So I had to order because you can buy it in two versions. Let me back up here. You can buy it in XLR only, or you can get an XLR with USB. So I bought the USB version, and it just doesn't have enough gain. But when I put it through XLR, through my current mic preamp, it sounds great. So I decided, well, if I wanted to get rid of all this rack here on the desk, and I just wanted to run something that was really simple, what's the most simple setup that I could get? And Behringer makes a tube preamp with a limiter built into it for about $60. So I'm trying to do this on the cheap. So for $60 for a microphone and $60 for a mic preamp, so for $120, which is less than you would ordinarily spend for like this PR40 that I'm on was almost $400. You know, what can I do to get this thing to sound good? And I got that microphone to sound amazing on the Hermes.
Is it worth it, John? What do you think, like, compared to the MXL? Yeah, but is the Fiduce worth it over the MXL? Figured. I see.
I sent my MXL back, N6MUD. I don't know, the cheap one. What is it, like $100 and some, real cheap microphone.
The BCD1?
Wait a second. So, the MXL was the one that Randy recommended, right? Sorry, that's the wrong one. I had another one that I sent back that was not a dynamic, and I didn't like it. But I thought it was in something XL. I could be wrong. All right, let me check Amazon. Now you got me wondering.
John, is there any other MXL products that you would suggest? Just kind of curious. I never really dove deep into their product line.
MXL 990 was the one I sent back.
If I were to step up from the BCD1, what would you recommend? No, it doesn't have to be MXL line.
MXL is $50 now, but when I bought it, I paid $129, so it's on like sale by like 60%.
I see. Yeah, I was thinking about the RE20 initially, and yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry, I just noticed something. So my dispatch tower light, when I talk, it's the LEDs are flickering.
He's got an S now.
Yeah, I mean, oh, I gotta get a recording of this. Hold on.
Yep.
We can probably hear him, but he can't.
It's like, you know, a ferrite, a chunk of ferrite on my microphone here on this wireless headset kept me from rebooting my darn network. And it cleaned everything up.
Alright, I'm recording a video now just so I can send it to John. K7CBL for ID, lighten it up with 1KW. Alright, so we're doing about 1KW now, and we'll bring it up to, what did you say, 20? 20 watts?
Yeah, go for max flame.
Alright, there's I'm not seeing a very substantial gain, John, with the brightness of the LEDs.
There you go, John.
No, it's too high, bro. Oh, okay, that's 1200 out though, right there at 30. Yeah, so it lights up the same amount with so I'm at, let's see, I'm doing 1.1 kW at 1500 right now. Or sorry, at 15 watts drive doing 1.1. What, running it up at like 20? Okay, so there's 20 watts drive. I think I was doing 25 into it there. There's 25 watts drive, and I'm averaging around 1190 or 1185.
So is that amplifier?
Okay, well now I know.
I was just curious if that amplifier was wired for 120. Yeah, well, yeah, it's going to create a little more heat, you know. Exactly, yeah, on sideband it should be fine.
Oh, what amp has he got, a Mercury?
Yeah, 3S.
Yeah, man, you're sounding good in San Diego. I got you 10/9, solid signal down here.
Thank you. I've got you, I wasn't looking at the meter, but loud enough.
You're a little stronger. You're about 10 to 15 over, so you're sounding good, John.
Yeah, so Craig, you're about 800 miles from me, so what am I doing?
Right now, in 6 MUD.
I doubled. Hey, what about my signal?
Hey, Ray, you're strong, man. You're it's 9 plus 5. That's real good. You sound good.
Yeah, considering it's like 700 miles, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, sometimes at the peak you're 20 over, right? But any time you're in the red, you sound real good.
Once it works good. Yeah, the more I listen to that Hermes, Craig, the more I like it.
Yeah, man. I mean, for the money, you can't beat it, right? I mean, people make fun of me because I've got a little $300 radio and a nice amplifier, but hey, man, whatever works, right?
That's right. I mean, we all do what we can do. I'm lucky I got an 80-meter loop up there at 45 feet off the ground. That helps me out tremendously.
Oh, yeah, man. You're lucky you can do that. That's one of the benefits of living up there.
Yeah, but there's also a negative benefit up here, and that's living in all this forest fire bullshit. Well, BS, you know, and all this.
Yeah, I know, Ray. It's tough, man. For a while, we had some of that down here in San Diego, and it is brutal. It's definitely something that you never get used to.
No, it's like when you go to the grocery store and buy, you know, you're standing in line to pay for your stuff, you know, right? And you hear all the people, you know, complain about it, and it's like, it makes everybody really kind of bitchy, you know?
Yeah, but you know what, Ray? You're lucky you got amateur radio. You know, there's something you can do indoors, and you can kind of, like, you know, at least have a little bit of fun without having to go outside, you know?
Yeah, but I'm about ready to ditch this state, I'll tell you that. I'm really seriously thinking about just going to Arizona or something.
Tell you what, man. Flagstaff, Sedona, Prescott. Check out those 3 cities. Flagstaff, Sedona, Prescott. Sedona's expensive, but Prescott and Flagstaff aren't too bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's nice about Prescott, I've learned, and I've just checked it out. I mean, you can do a lot of that on the internet. Is there's 10 times more amenities or stores, better shopping, like than let's say here in Medford. I learned something about an e-commerce meeting I went to, or commerce actually. Anyway, they're turning this whole damn state into a homeless state.
Homeless state.
Yeah, I mean they're turning this beautiful Red Lion hotel into a homeless living camp, basically.
Homeless state. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let me re-up the line. 7230 here. Hi, gentlemen. KK7 TV. Hope everyone's doing well. Everybody, 73s. 73s.
Arizona, right, Randy?
No, it's too hot here. A lot of homeless die here recently because of how hot it gets. I worked at DX station, and he greets you with 73s. One way to do it. No, I worked at DX station. He was, I think, in Spain or something. He goes, thank you very much. 73, how are you? You know, he says 73 as hello. Yeah. There's one guy that does that. It's so funny. You know, he says 73. Well, I don't want to disturb the madhouse. Hey, somebody was sending that call. How do they send the call where it comes out beautifully on the display on the waterfall? Some guy was sending his call on the waterfall. It was perfect. No. Somebody was sending their call, big letters, on the waterfall. It was a wide signal, about 4 or 5, KC wide, and it was his call sign. It printed out his call sign. Oh my! But it's backwards. It's reversed.
XTYF. That's gorgeous. How do you do that? Yeah, he sent QRZ. It was amazing.
Probably easier.
God, John, your signal's so dense. Denser than my brain.
Who's that? Who do we have on frequency?
Hello, Randy. K7 CBL.
Oh, wait a second. That's Connor. Hey, Connor.
Hey, long time no talk. How you been?
Are you of drinking age yet?
Oh, we doubled. No, next month. But, or next month I'm 20, so 1 more year. But that didn't stop me last night, that's for sure.
That's cool. Is your mom still coming into your room folding clothes? Alright, because I remember...
No, she's not washing dishes, John, because the dishwasher keeps shutting off right now.
Was in the room folding clothes. She was real sweet. She was looking at him smiling.
Doubled.
Not washing dishes?
Yeah, oh yeah, you can't use the dishwasher right now because I'm on the radio.
That's Craig.
So
that's what
I wrapped the power cable to that 4-inch toroid, man, and I got like 10 turns through it. And I got 14 turns. I got 14 turns through the 4-inch toroid, and it's still doing it. So it's not coming through the power line. It doesn't have capacitive touch sensing buttons. I'm not sure what it is at this point, but it might be getting into the main board somehow and just RFing the crap out of it. So to be continued another time. Yeah. That would require disassembling it, but what I need to do is I need to get the core off that because it's still wrapped around, and I need to get the core back off the oven. I think I'll do the oven at a later date. I'll just leave it on there. It's not that big of a deal. No. So that's why I'm just going to leave it on until I eventually need it.
Hey, Connor, let me know if you figure out a dishwasher. I got the same issue. N6MUD.
Yeah, I don't know. We just got a new one not a couple months ago. Like, Jesus, this year already has gone by so fast. We got this new one. It doesn't have capacitive touch buttons on it. It's still a manual press button. And no joke, my parents were calling out the manufacturer is sending a service guy because of it, and it will start flashing orange. And then you got to hold down 2 buttons to power cycle the thing, essentially, when you want to use it. So they called this guy out, and he says, oh, your main board's fried, so they replaced the main board. And then my parents started to notice it only was occurring at night when I was on HF. And we did some testing with it, and yeah, as soon as I keyed up, I was doing like 600 watts out. The second I keyed up, it would start flashing. So it's kind of been this battle. We got this, I forget what it is, but it was like a trip light thing. John recommended it. And we put that in line, and that didn't do it. I got this ferrite core, that didn't do it. So yeah, I think next will be probably pulling the panel out and actually snapping some beads onto the internal feed there. Well, the dishwasher, no. I made that phone call, and the oven, it wasn't necessary. I told him that I was getting, I didn't say, I said, I did the full thing, you know, I'm getting radio frequency interference, you know, it's causing issues, blah, 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 and they were like, well, we got to escalate this. They opened a ticket, and then you know how that goes.
Who makes it?
Is it Maytag?
No.
Maybe Maytag.
Gotcha, because we're an LG warranty station, and we've never ran into that.
Oh, no, it is LG. It is LG.
That's interesting. It's on your end, brother. It's how you have your antenna set up and whatnot. That's the thing.
Oh yeah. We're not too worried about it. It's just, you know, the dishwasher. We don't run it until like 9 o'clock at night, and we don't normally do it on the weekends, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm already off the radio by the time it's running.
Yeah. Can6BXX.
Go ahead, Michael from Carmichael.
Hey, Connor. Yeah, I'm just get back from dinner. I'm going to switch over to Golden Bear in a few minutes on Safe 5 meters. Hey, quickly, if I'm asking, guys, if you have a minute, this frequency, is this a regular net you guys gather on? Okay, yeah, Connor's kind of worried. Okay, you guys, okay, I was going to add that to my Icon Same 100 programming, just in case you guys use this frequency on a regular basis. Oh, that's right. Okay, well, I'll still add it both. Is there any formal name for this? I'm going to add that to my programming.
No, wrong. Thin skin, whiny butt.
Thin skin?